Okay. Hey, you guys, welcome to tonight's live. I know we did the live earlier today, and tonight, Ivy's joining us. Analysis of a crime with CD. Yay, he's joining us as
What's
well.
up?
Yeah.
It's only
You
been
guys,
maybe like 5 months, maybe. I don't know. It's been a while.
uh,
I keep
yeah, I
saying I'm
know.
gonna get around to it, and I just don't. I got to be honest. It sucks, but I'm just so busy.
Yeah,
It's 9:38 at night, and I'm picking 6 kids up at an ice skating rink. It just never ends.
I know, right? With you.
But I'm
I know.
following Delphi from afar, and I'm just bothered by a lot of things like usual. But what are you gonna do?
Uh, well, I was going to say, right. So, and Charmaine should be joining us as well here. Now, as for Aspen, just quickly, still have not heard from him. He's probably passed out because him
Yeah.
and Tom had gone down there at like 9 p.m. yesterday, but haven't heard nothing but kind of listening to Tom Webster, Laura Lee, apparently this Andrea person as well, and stuff like that. Plus, that WTHR has a breakdown of that part. But hopefully, if Aspen wakes up, he can pop on the live for a little bit here. But
I'm sure he
anyways,
will.
yeah,
I'm sure
you,
he's got an alarm set. You know how he is, and I get it. That's a long night waiting, and it was pretty cold there. I think it was like around 38 or 40 degrees, right? It was pretty cold. So they
yeah,
froze their asses off waiting on that line.
I
And I
was gonna
saw there
say,
was
I know
I
Tommy.
think there's a wanted criminal that was on that line. I don't know if I want to get into that, but whatever. I don't even know
Oh,
what to say about that anymore. I
yeah, I
really
know,
don't.
right?
It just
Yeah, I know who
doesn't
you're
make
referring
sense. You're wanted with the warrant and you're online. It's just bananas. This is
to.
Yeah,
just the
Yeah,
way
he
of the world.
allegedly doesn't have
Travis.
a warrant, but I don't know how that worked. So
He got what?
he allegedly doesn't have a warrant, but I don't know how that's
Wow.
possible.
I
So
don't know.
whatever.
I thought I saw one today that was put online, but
It's
I have no
definitely
idea.
it's definitely on my case.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know.
I was gonna say honestly, I mean, everyone knows. I think he's referring to Anthony Greeno, there. But to be honest with you, like Anthony Greeno is Anthony Greeno. It's one of those things. Take like them, hate them, whatever. It's
It is
kind of
what
one
it
of those things.
is.
Yeah, it is what it is. Like I said, it's not my life; it's his life, and whatever.
Yeah, it's not my problem.
And it's
I just don't
yeah,
like when he tries to
so
pick
it's
on women. That's where somebody's got to step in. That's just
yeah,
and
yeah,
I know he's not that nice to Mel, and I don't like that. So
Got to be a snitch somewhere. The way he gets away with things.
yeah,
yeah.
climbing
Well,
through windows. Who knows what he's doing?
yeah, I just can't be asked with certain YouTube creators, type of thing. I don't involve myself with them. Don't care, their lives in this, like, do you know what I mean? It's like I'm beyond that point of
Mhm.
even giving two shits about some of those creators. They're just not worth my time of day.
No, they're not. They're not worth anybody's time. It sucks
Yeah.
is that they have an audience, and that's the problem. And I'll keep saying it. If you keep listening to them, they give them the audience. That's just what it is. You
Right.
know?
True enough,
Mhm.
because we all know people
You're
like
you're all enablers. Anybody that's watching them, they're
yeah,
enablers. How do you like that? I
Yep.
call you right out. You're
yeah.
enablers. But,
But you know
you
what?
know,
Sadly, that's not going to change. That's just it,
no.
right? Like, it's just one of those things. So it's like, like I said, it is what it is, whatever.
Yeah.
They do them, I do me. We do, you know what I mean? I just like to surround myself with a good group of people. And as for the trash, I could care
Yeah,
less
is
about them.
the W? I always get the letters wrong. Is it
W,
WTHR?
Yeah.
yeah.
WTHR.
Is that breakdown on Twitter or where's that at?
No, I can send you that. It's actually
Do we know who the? Do we? I saw that there was I was coaching, so I didn't get to see the end of it. Who was the deputy that was up today? Did they say?
I'm not
No.
sure on that yet, actually, to be honest with you.
I did hear that there were okay, sorry if I get this wrong. Take it with a little bit of a grain of salt because I was multitasking while I was listening. But I heard that there were news people, like the media,
Oh,
who
dropped.
filmed jury members, and Gull found out. Oh, CD dropped out.
Yeah.
And I lost my train of thought. Hold on. Oh, and so she found out that they filmed jury members. So she took their cameras and took the memory thing and deleted everything off of there.
Yeah.
They're, in my opinion, had they not been the media with their fancy equipment and companies with money behind them, she would have physically destroyed them like she has cell phones.
Because I think one of them was CBS News.
Which you shouldn't be filming jury members anyway. Like, just
No.
don't do that.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, CD, you dropped, eh?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, yeah, you had just dropped.
Yeah, no, I drive. I guess I hit a bad zone and I just dumped. I don't know.
Okay. So so CD, it's been a while, like I said, since you've done a live, and you've just like me as well, right? I'm working, my schedules fluctuates every 2 weeks, and I'm very exhausted by the time that I'm done fixing people's issues and stuff all day. And
That's
then
true.
with Delphi, I've been never really interested in so much of the paperwork part of it, just because it's beyond my brain cells. A lot of
what bothers me more than anything is that we're not getting to see it. That Goal is just a narcissist and locked it all out. It's 2024. It should be, there should be a live feed, and it is what it is. But that's not the case.
Not only that, but
I know it's very disheartening not to be able to.
Under their laws of like public access, we should be able to have the audio of not only this, but also previous like hearings and stuff. But they're still blocking it.
Yeah, I think that it's up to her though to allow that. I believe they're releasing exhibits each day, right? But I think it's 2 hours away that the journalist has to go to see the exhibits, correct? That's what I saw this week.
I heard somebody on their live stream earlier say that afterwards, I think she put like a table with exhibits up at maybe the front of the courtroom where you could go walk by, and she used the wording the media demanded or something like that.
I'll be right back.
The
Get in my car. I just gotta drop them off.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead.
Oh, I think I heard that she said the media like demanded to see the exhibits, so like they were up in the front. Because who was that person I sent you the link to? Is it Andrea? Is that her name?
Andrea.
Yeah. So she went up there and looked at the exhibits, and she said nobody like asked her for credentials, but nobody should be, because the public also has a right to see those. So I'm hoping we can get audio of everything after the trial's over.
Yeah. It will. Well, hopefully, right? It's just a weird case.
I mean, that's what the law says.
Yeah, it's just a weird case through and through. CD bounced again there, it looks like, on there. So just to ask you, Ivy, and chat, thank you guys for whoever's joining and stuff like that. Just to ask you, Ivy, so from somewhat what you know of today, do you think that the prosecution, like everyone, like some people keep saying like the prosecution was okay, good, whatever, but that the defense like was brilliant, because like it was like the prosecution was up, Nick McClellan was up, said things, back down, and then defense was like up there forever.
Oh my gosh, it sounds like Baldwin is just the like longest. I don't even know how to say that. Longest winded, however you want to say that.
Yeah,
he talks forever, it sounds like.
Travis is saying that no, not really. It's not. Lawyer Lee, which I was listening to as well. A couple of others I've discussed with, including people here. She is clear in violation yet again. Like meaning of the
because she's not allowing.
Yeah, she's not allowing
access, and it's not even the live feed part. It's like having access to the records after they go on record, basically.
Yeah. Like they're saying, like the exhibits, once they're like put in, like they're for public, for the public, and yet she wasn't allowing that or whatever. And I don't know. This case is just wonky all the way through. In my head, like today, it's like, do you think that the defense is going to be able to create that reasonable doubt? I know we haven't heard everything, but at this point in time, you guys in chat as well, do you think that the defense will be able to create that reasonable doubt? Because we know that this case has been a big fuck up since the start. You know, there's no, like, it's just clear. It's been a big fuck up. And do you think so, Ivy, that at the end of the day that the defense will be able to create reasonable doubt whether Richard Allen is guilty or not?
Assuming the evidence that we have heard and that the prosecution claims they have, assuming all that is true, I think he is guilty. However, my confidence that he will be found guilty, I'm not as confident as I was prior to the trial starting.
And you know what? That's exactly my sentiments, exactly, to be honest, at this point. Right.
There's no big piece of evidence, it doesn't sound like. I mean, don't they usually give an overview of all the evidence in their opening statements?
Ooh, look who's on too. There's Alexa.
Hello?
Hi, Alexa.
Hello.
Hey, how are you? Can you guys hear me? I don't know. Can I?
Yeah, I can hear you. For anyone that is coming across this live, Alexa was a criminal profiler. And so she's been on this channel, you guys know, multiple times. I know that she's busy too. CD, he keeps popping in and out there, Alexa. He's joining us
really?
too. Yeah.
Oh my God, wow.
I know.
Really like a family reunion.
Alexa, did you listen to anything today going on with the Delphi case too much?
Honestly, I've been so busy. I've been running around, hear bits and things, but not fully.
Yeah. I was going to say, because it's, you know, like, I haven't talked to Adam yet. So Aspen, Connor. But, you know, Tom has talked about it. Laura Lee, Andrea have all talked about, you know, the in courtroom stuff that was going on today. You know, Kelsey was on, Becky Patty and stuff like that. But it's kind of one of those things. Okay, so first of all, I think the prosecutor, Alexa, right? Remember how you've always been saying it was an like that you believe it was an sexual assault type of thing, even if type of thing, and that seems to be that the way that the prosecution will go with kind of like the reason why that he was interrupted by Brad Weber, who returned home, didn't really get to carry out his, you know, fulfillment there in a sense. Anyways, thank you for popping on. And I don't know how long you can stay, but
well, I mean, like I said, I am waiting my kids at a party. So now I'm supposed to be like a chaperone. So I stepped out for a little bit.
Yeah.
So I might be able to go back and come back. It's gonna be a little hectic, but
no problem.
Can I ask Alexa what it's kind of like what you just said? So I guess the prosecution's theory is that he took them down the hill and was going to like maybe sexually assault them or something there, got interrupted by a car on the driveway, which is probably Brad Weber's, and that's what made him take them across the creek and kill them over there. Does that sound plausible to you?
Yeah. I mean, it does. I mean, I always wonder what, because, you know, in everything, the creek didn't make sense. And all of us, I mean, we always said, why did he cross that creek? Because he could have gone around to the, you know, he could have gone to so many places. And that was the, you know, the wild question. Everybody was like, why did he cross the creek? And now we know, finally, we know, I mean, allegedly, why he crossed the creek. And it makes sense.
Right.
I think it makes sense. That, you know, he goes there because he needed more privacy, I guess, in his mind, thinking that, you know, he's going to do what he's going to do.
Yeah. What the heck, man?
What I want to know, and I think, you know, I always knew because of the type, you know, when you see a crime scene, even though I didn't see it, I got described, and then, you know, I saw the pictures, and you know, it's like a puzzle, and, you know, you have to, and I've seen it enough times that I knew the minute I saw that, you know, that even described to me, I knew that was a sexually motivated crime. But what I always wanted to know is what triggered him, what made him go, because I guarantee you he struggled with this for a long time. And, you know, we can go back to, I said that 3 years ago. I just want to know what triggered him. What was the thing that he said, okay, this day I'm waking up, I have my on a live kit, and we're going for it. What was that trigger? And by the way, hello to everybody. I forgot to say hello. And I can't see everybody, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. Yeah, go ahead, Alexa.
So that's what I am, you know, what I really want to know. It's what triggered him that day.
Susan Hendricks was on Gray Hughes's channel the other night, and she said something that stuck out to me. It wouldn't really answer why that exact day, but she said something about since his daughter she got engaged the November prior and would be out of the house and basically a for real adult, quote unquote, that kind of that can sometimes take the responsibility of being a parent off of somebody, so then they can go do something they've been fantasizing about without having to think about, I have kids at home, that kind of stuff.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, we did speculate it. I don't know if you guys remember a little bit that we said that maybe, the daughter had something to do. Maybe the fact that, he was going to be an empty nester. I mean, and then another one is, did he find, I always believed Libby was a target, but now is.
Oh, she's lagging. Thought she was thinking there for a second. Everyone's in their vehicles except for us.
At least seen her before.
Alexa, you're cutting out.
So
you're froze.
We'll see.
I can hear your voice now, but
hello.
You were froze for a second, and so we missed the last part of what you were saying there. Alexa. Okay. Anyway, go ahead, Ivy.
Another thing that came up that I would like to ask Alexa about, and you and everybody else, is I heard, I can't remember if it was it must have been the defense maybe, said that a medical examiner, it had to have been the defense, because I remember thinking to myself, was it the actual medical examiner or a medical examiner, said that they thought there was two different weapons used, a serrated one and a non-serrated. And that's kind of odd if that's the case.
Yeah. And I agree, Ivy, as well, with the thing. Like, I always remembered that Brad Weber got home at like 3:30. Well, that's a far cry.
It's too late.
Yeah, like that's literally too late from the 2:13 to the,
in fact, I think Libby's phone stopped moving before that.
Before
3:30? I think it was like 3:20.
Oh yeah, before 3:30, right? Yes. So that's why that kind of doesn't really jive, because I'm thinking like, no, like you're talking about, over an hour difference there of when he got
I guess
home.
It could have been a different person that we just don't know about.
Right.
I don't know.
But yeah, so it'll be interesting. It will be interesting because, like, I could understand it. Like, that would make sense if, he was startled, and then the reason why he crossed over, to the other side, because of being kind of spooked himself and stuff like that. But anyways, I know it all will be said, but, I am definitely worried that, there's been so like, okay, so let's take this for instance. What do you think about the hair DNA? Like, that wasn't tested up until whatever, a couple of days ago for the hair strand. Like,
oh my gosh. I didn't think it was, let's see, I thought that the hair could potentially be a problem for the jury, but for me personally, I don't think the hair's that big of a deal. But to hear that it had a root and hasn't been identified to somebody, and not only that, but hasn't been directly compared to either
Kelsey
Becky or Kelsey. What?
Well, that's just it. Like, what? Like, so, like, what was it? It's being said like that it was it's a female root. But yeah, like meaning on top of the other bullshit, missing interviews and all that stuff. And, it just seems crazy. Like that wouldn't have been tested, or that the family, like, what do you
even say to that?
Like, right. What do you even say to that? Like honestly. So it's all these things that I'm like, oh, well, fuck me. This is an uphill battle for prosecution any of this stuff, like, because we know that there's been so many fuck ups with this case, like beyond ridiculous, that does make you wonder, like even the bullet, right? Because the bullet is what places him, at the crime scene, and then the attachment to the rest of it in a sense. But
another thing about the bullet that I haven't, obviously we're getting this information second hand, however you want to say that, because that's like one of the big problems with it not being put out live, is we have to assume that people are telling the truth and that they understood it correctly themselves. But I heard that the bullet, remember how they took Brad Weber's gun because he also had a 40 that I think was also a 6-hour, that his bullet wasn't matched to the bullet found, but wasn't excluded, couldn't be excluded.
Right.
So it's like, I don't know. If he gets off, in my opinion,
it's an OJ all over.
It's not because, I'm not going to say that it's because he's not guilty or guilty, but the biggest reason in my mind that he could possibly get off is because of the investigation.
Right.
That's what
absolutely.
the issue will be.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, so I'll be very interested in to hear the defense and everything, and, like, I'm very open-minded to whatever is going to be, brought forward our way. At this point in time, to me, Richard Allen, seems, like I said, between, him confessing, him like saying that he was there, at the bridge, wearing the same clothes, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It seems very plausible that Richard Allen, is the right guy. But with that being said, because there's been so many fuck ups with the case, like the whole way through, it does make me worry that, like, if somebody is guilty, like the OJ, and yet they get off, because of the sloppiness of the case, like that would be absolutely just devastating, to say the least.
There's two other bullet related things. It's like one of the only things that I took notes on before I got distracted. It says that they tried, when they did the comparison, that they couldn't, so they used like a brand new bullet with no markings on it, and they cycled it through his gun, and the markings left were not sufficient enough to make a comparison. So then they had to fire it through the gun to get markings that were sufficient enough to make the comparison, which I don't know that much about the ways to compare, but to me that's odd, because if you're going to compare them, it seems like you would have to make the marks the same each time.
Right. Yeah. I don't know. Honestly.
They also didn't exclude law enforcement, supposedly, and it's pretty common, I guess, in that area for law enforcement to carry 40 caliber in 6 hours. You would think they would do that.
Yeah, they said that. Yeah, I don't know, Ivy. I'm just at this moment I'm worried that because of all the mess ups that's going to lead to this case, that the jury won't be able to see that so Richard, if he's guilty.
Are you surprised that there's not a bigger, like, bombshell type piece of evidence that we haven't heard about?
So far, yes. Yeah. Like, the one thing, like, I would love to see that an item of from the crime scene was at Richard Allen's home. Like,
yeah, that's what I was hoping for.
That's what I would love to have happen. Whether it is the case or not remains to be seen. But
or blood in his car. That's what I thought it was going to be. Is like, how can you kill somebody and it be covered in blood? I think to the point where someone said, "Oh, Alexa, yes,
Alexa's back." Yeah. Sorry, I finished your thought there. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear us?
How could you have so
Alexa?
much blood on you?
Can
Can she hear us?
Can you guys hear me?
No,
Yes.
yes.
Can you guys hear me?
I don't know why I shook my head like she can see me.
I know. You're shaking your head going, yeah, we can hear you. Weaker. Alexa needs to get her. So sorry. What were you saying there about the blood again? Sorry, my bad.
Oh, it was one of the sides said that Carbaugh, the muddy bloody witness, said, I don't know if they said she said this or if they were. They said something about it looked like he had slaughtered a pig.
Oh, hold on a second.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
I don't know why I can't hear you. It's like so crappy.
Like
something
clear.
is connected.
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
Keep talking. I'll figure it out.
Okay, thank you, Alexa.
I don't know how he could have that much blood on him that you would expect and then get in his car to drive home and not leave blood somewhere in his car.
Right. You know,
unless
but
maybe he clean. I don't know if you get a car detailed, like, can you get all the blood out enough to where it won't come up?
Now, which reminds me about that, because what was it, Carbaugh, the one that the Muddy Bloody?
Yeah.
You know, said tan jacket, and then in 2019 changed it to blue jacket.
Something like that.
Yeah, I remember hearing that today as well. And, you know, from the PCA, we remember that it's like getting different accounts, right? Someone's saying black, someone's saying blue, you know, and you know, there's that feeling of like, well, shit, if they can't even, you know, have the same person or clothing, then, you know, because all of that's going to play into
Crap. Sorry.
It's okay. There's a big noise coming. Oh, there she goes. Okay. Like CD's dropped. He's probably gonna join when he gets home. Aspen, I think, is sleeping. Charmaine's having issues connecting. Let's see. Is that better, Alexa?
No, I don't know what's going on. Oh, hold on. Speak.
Wait, now I'm coming and hearing my own voice.
Yeah, there's something I'm doing wrong, and I don't know what. Hold on, let me go out.
Anyone in chat know what you must be doing wrong?
So sorry.
No. You're on your phone, right? Oh, yeah. I don't know enough about. I only know mostly my own shit, you know, and even then, I'm just like, husband, come here. Anyways, hey everyone, thanks for joining us today. So let's see. You know what? Let me play this video out, Ivy. Just one of the news ones here.
Okay.
Just for today's thing, and then we'll come back. Let's see here. I think it's. Well, hold on. Alexa?
Yes.
Can you hear us? Yeah, obviously.
Sure how to help you with that.
Not you, Alexa. Sorry. Can I turn that off? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I think it's working.
Yeah, it sounds like it's working, and I'm not hearing my voice come back at me.
Yes.
Are you at home now?
No.
Are you up in somebody's room?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So, go ahead, Alexa, from what you were saying before.
What was I saying? Oh no, I was saying that the one thing obviously that I wanted to know was the trigger. And
Right.
we had speculated that probably one of the triggers was the fact that, the the daughter was leaving. So obviously that's a major life change for him.
Oh, right.
So, but I mean, I'm still curious. Hopefully we learn a little bit about the relationship between him and his daughter.
Yeah.
That will be very interesting to find out.
But Alexa, going back to Brad Weber, like he didn't arrive home till 3:30, and it was 2:13 that Libby started recording from the Monan Bridge. That's like over an hour what difference. So how could he have got interrupted by Brad Weber? That wouldn't make sense.
Well, we don't know exactly how was his fantasy, you know? Like it takes, you know, he probably he wanted to take his time. So, I mean, the act of unaliving is pretty fast. Like you can take a lot of lives really fast, but we don't know in the whole thing what he wanted to do. I mean, obviously he undressed them. I mean, are we sure that he undressed Abby or no, not yet?
Well, the defense says so.
The defense says so. Okay. But we know that definitely, obviously, Libby was, you know, was left nude. So.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And her phone last moved, I think it was at like 3:20 something.
Yeah, like 3:22 or something like that, I think it was.
And of course, we've heard Brad Weber got home around 3:30, but I'm sure that's not exactly 3:30. Like there's wiggle room in there.
Yeah, but still, that's still quite a time frame, right? Like,
yeah,
like it will be nice when we kind of hear it pieced together more in uniform than just here, because we keep hearing that the state said that the phone was underneath Libby. The defense keeps saying it was underneath Abby, you know, and, you know, Becky had said that Libby had left in gray pants and then later found out it was jeans, and it's saying that they had Libby's jeans on, but like the phone in general, like, was it underneath Libby or underneath Abby? Like, how come there's no consistency in that? And then on top of that, what happened to guys down the hill? Now we keep hearing girls down the hill.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That I did not know.
Yeah.
And who says that?
Both the defense and the prosecution.
But from the video, I mean, from the video that we heard, doesn't it sound like, well,
guys.
I mean, obviously they probably had the FBI and the whole team.
Yeah.
You know.
232, thanks, see-through.
That they broke it down. But I mean, it always sounded guys down the hill, unless they broke it down. Because I know there was more. Isn't there more video?
There is, because they kind of cut out where Abby was there.
Mm-hmm.
And but the thing is that, I mean, they gave us the video to listen to, and it clearly sounds like what they've said. They're the ones that put it out there, guys down the hill. And yet the prosecution and defense are saying girls down the hill. So what's up with that even? Like, is there no consistency whatsoever in anything with this case at all? That's what it feels like. It feels like even like the details that should be, you know, cohesive are, you know, and like I said, the phone underneath Abby's body or Libby's, states is saying.
Where was it said it was under Libby's? I don't remember that.
Yeah, that's what they've been saying, like today. The defense, like, well, in the article, I think from WTHR, you know, 13, prosecution said Libby's. The state said Libby's. So
they said that in the trial today?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh. I feel like there's been a bunch of, like, mostly on the defense side, it seems, like little mistakes that were just, you know, overlooked mistakes. So then you don't know, like, what's a discrepancy and what's just like a little mistake that they got wrong.
Well, I mean, I was going to say, like, right here, I think it's this one. Is it this one or this one? I think it's this one. I think this is the one here, right? Then they start going into the afternoon from this. Hey, do you have this up, Ivy? I sent it to you.
I can. What about it?
Libby German's dad, sister take the stand. Delphi. Okay, wait, that was the. There's two of them actually. Hold on. Copy. It's like one was from this morning when they were doing it. Okay, hold on. Okay, I sent you the second one as well here. So Just let me know when you have it up.
Yeah, I have it up.
Which one? We'll go from the first part. This morning. Baldwin, hold on. Richard Allen is truly innocent. Let's see here. Is that the one we want?
What are we looking for?
Well, I was looking for where that, like today, there was like, this is the afternoon time here, I think. Well, hold on, maybe not. Yeah, like the one we read earlier was like the morning stuff, and then this is the afternoon stuff. Anyways, you know what? Let's just go with this afternoon stuff, because that's kind of what we were talking about. So you see where it says from the start there? Just start reading the article.
Okay. Let me scroll back up on mine. Wait, what's the title of this one?
The one I have up right now, it says.
Oh wait, never mind. I found it's the Libby German's dad. Okay.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
All right. Hold on one second. Let me turn around to get in a more comfortable position. All right. It's been more than 7 years since the body. What?
No, I was just saying hi to GP. Go ahead. Sorry, my bad.
Okay. It's been more than 7 years since the bodies of Abby Williams and Libby German were found near the Monon High Bridge in Delphi. Richard Allen, the man accused of killing the two teenagers, is about to stand trial. The trial begins Friday, October 18th. Opening statements from the prosecution and defense are expected on the first day. 16 Allen County residents were selected earlier this week to serve on the jury. 12 of those people will begin the trial as jurors, and 4 will serve as alternates. The jury is made up of 8 women and 4 men. The 4 alternate jurors are 2 men and 2 women. From opening statements to verdict, 13 News will be at the Carroll County Courthouse every day of the trial to explain what happened inside the courtroom. State's third witness, Derek German, Libby's father, at 3:25 p.m. Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin begins to cross-examine Derek German, Libby's father. Derek said he saw Dave McCain, spelled wrong, around 3:25 p.m. coming from the High Bridge. He also saw a couple taking pictures. Did McCain say he heard any screams? Baldwin asked. No, Derek said. Derek said he saw lights on the service road. They pulled a fire truck down there. He said there were several people and lots of flashlights. You don't know where every flashlight was, but you saw lots of them? Baldwin asked. Yes, Derek said. What was the passcode to the phone? Baldwin asked. Derek answered 9199. At 2:50 p.m., the prosecution calls up Derek German, Libby's father. Is it that what we just said? Oh, well. I did a lot of running for Libby, Derek said. She always forgot something. What would you run for, prosecuting attorney Stacy Diener asked. Swimsuits, food before the games, Derek said. He said that he picked up Abby on Sunday to stay the night and that he made them banana pancakes for breakfast the morning before they disappeared. He said the girls went to paint a desk in the garage after that. He left the house around 1:20 that afternoon to go to Frankfurt. Derek said Libby called him when he was about halfway to Frankfurt and asked me to pick them up at High Bridge on my way back from Frankfurt. He told her it would be a couple of hours. She said, no problem. We'll just do some exploring, Derek said. He said he started calling Libby around 3:11 p.m. He said he called again when he got to the entrance of the trailhead. Then he got out of his vehicle to walk the trail. Derek says he saw someone and asked him if he had seen 2 teen girls. The man said no. Derek then went towards water using a short trail to Deer Creek. He didn't see anything and headed back to the Freedom Bridge. He said he called Libby a couple of times. Then he said he called Becky Patty. He called the girls' names on the trail and got no response. He said he sat in the car for 15 minutes, then walked to the High Bridge. He says there were kids sitting on the deck. He asked if they had seen the girls, and they said no. That's when Kelsey came up behind him. He said Kelsey and her uncle walked across the bridge, then Derek went back to his car. He ended up getting in his sister Tara's car and tried to figure out what to do next. He went back out on the trail, but before he could get to the bridge, a law enforcement showed up and told him to go to the sheriff's department. He said he went out in a car looking for the girls all over town. Then he said he took a flashlight from his car and searched the woods again. Prosecutors asked him to show the area he searched on a map. Derek said he left the trail at the high bridge, but didn't go down by the water because it was steep. It was pitch black, Derek said. It's woods. He said he was searching the north side of the trail, but could see flashlights of other people searching on the south side. The next day, he went out with 10 people who parked at the old CPS building before walking to the trail. He said his aunt was in one of the search groups. She went down into the ravine. How did you learn the girls were found? Diener asked. Derek said his aunt came running off of the trail screaming. He said he could hear murmurs. I saw the coroner go by and saw 12 cars go by. Derek remembered. So I went to find Kelsey. Diener said the area was difficult to traverse. It was hard, Derek said. You don't remember seeing anyone searching on the north side Monday night? Diener asked. I don't remember seeing anyone over there, Derek said. That's the end of Derek's.
Okay.
Any comments or want me to continue?
Alexa, unless you have anything.
No, continue.
Yeah.
Oh, let's see. State second witness, Kelsey. Is it Siebert or Seibert? I assume it's Siebert.
I think Siebert, but
it's Libby's older sister. So 2:34 p.m. The defense begins to cross-examine Libby's older sister, Kelsey. Defense attorney, my phone flipped. Where's that? Defense attorney Andrew Baldwin asked Kelsey, was Libby outspoken? Kelsey said yes. Baldwin asked, would she stand up for others? Kelsey said yes. Baldwin asked if there was a place on the bridge where a person could fall through. Kelsey said it would be awful to try to run across the bridge. The defense then, let me pause right there. This article is like not written very well. What happened there from everything I've heard is Kelsey and Baldwin were going back and forth. Baldwin was asking her about the condition of the bridge. And then he asked her, could somebody run across the bridge? And Kelsey was like, no, there's too many holes. Like it would be dangerous. You wouldn't want to run across it. Right. The defense then brought up the picture Libby took of the bridge with Abby on it. The defense asked how far Abby was on the bridge, and Kelsey estimated about 1/4 of the way across. Kelsey said she saw her friends Maya and Evan at the bridge when she returned. Baldwin then asked about the sweatshirt that Libby was wearing. He asked if it was new. Kelsey said she had washed it. So yes, it was new, but they had likely washed it prior since they were going to be wearing it. Baldwin said there was no way Kelsey's hair would be on it. I don't know if that's a question that she answered or if that's just a statement Baldwin made.
Right.
1:34 p.m. Libby's older sister, Kelsey, takes the stand. Is this in backwards order?
Yeah, I was going to say 2:34.
Yeah, I think it's in backwards. You want me to start at the bottom and go up?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Oh, I see. Yeah. Oh, Lord.
I can do that. All right, 7:50 a.m. Attorneys Andrew Baldwin and Bradley Rosie, Richard Allen's defense team arrived at Carroll County Courthouse ahead of the first day of the trial. Opening statements will begin after the judge gives instructions to the jurors. 9 a.m. Senior investigative reporter Bob Siegel prepares to enter the courthouse. There were more than 60 people in the public line to get inside the courtroom. Only 24 were allowed in addition to the 12 media members, the families of the victims, and Allen. The first day of the trial has started. There will be no updates until the lunch break. 9:11 a.m. That's about the violation. They started approximately 10 minutes late because Judge Francis Gull said that some media members, not WTHR, violated the decorum order of videotaping the arrival of jurors at the courthouse. Those media members were banned and their equipment was confiscated. Allen, who was wearing a lavender dress shirt and khaki pants with reading glasses on top of his head, bowed his head in prayer before Gull and the jury entered the courtroom. Gull ruled that the composite sketches of the suspect released by ISP prior to Allen's arrest would not be permitted during the trial. 9:22 a.m. Instructions for the jury. When proceedings started for the day, Goal read the jury their instructions, which took approximately 15 minutes. If the state fails, this is a quote, if the state fails to prove each element beyond a reasonable doubt, you must find the defendant not guilty, Gold told the jury. The state has the burden to prove the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Goal reminded the jury that Allen is not required to prove his innocence. Goal said jurors are allowed to take notes throughout the trial, but those notes cannot be taken out of the courtroom. You should keep an open mind, Gold told the jurors, reminding them to wait for all evidence before forming a verdict. Let's see. 9:37. This is a longer one. Prosecutor Nick McClellan, on behalf of the state of Indiana, presented their opening statement, which took approximately 15 minutes. McClellan said the case is about three things: the bridge guy, the unspent bullet found at the scene, and the brutal murders of Libby and Abby. McClellan then described what happened on the day of the murders. On an unseasonably warm day on February 13th, 2017, Libby and Abby went to the Monon Trails. Kelsey German, Libby's sister, gave the girls a ride. They were best friends, always together, really more like sisters, McClellan said of the girls. According to McClellan, Libby posted a photo of Abby on Snapchat while they were crossing over the Monon High Bridge. After the girls crossed the bridge, McClellan said they saw a man behind them, so Libby started a recording on her phone at 2:13 p.m. McClellan said the man pulled out a gun and ordered the girls down the hill. The girls complied, and then the video on the cell phone stops recording. Imagine the fear you'd feel having a gun pulled on you, McClellan said. According to McClellan, Derek German, Libby's father, went to pick up the girls, but they were not there. You're going to see the crime scene. It was a gruesome scene. Libby was completely naked. Her throat was cut. Blood all over, McClellan said. Abby's throat was also cut. McClellan said Libby's phone was found. There it is. McClellan said Libby's phone was found under her body. Also found at the crime scene was an unspent bullet. Side note, I guess the news people could have gotten that wrong too.
They could have, yeah.
McClellan said the jury will hear from 3 people who were on the trail that day who saw a man walking on the trail with a purpose, but not very friendly. McClellan said all 3 will testify that the man they saw was the bridge guy. That's interesting because that's the 3 girls, but doesn't include Betsy,
right,
Blair, or Carbaugh. According to McClellan, Allen testified that he was on the trail that day. Investigators also found a gun in his house, and testing showed a bullet found at the crime scene cycled through that gun. McClellan said Allen also admitted he committed the crime to his wife and mother, giving those admissions freely, admissions that only the killer would know, according to McClellan. McClellan said for years, Allen hid in plain sight. McClellan concluded his opening statement with this: the last face the girls saw before their throats were slit was Richard Allen's face. So, as a reminder, his opening statement was about 15 minutes. At, where is it?
My goodness, 9:53.
At 9:53 a.m., Baldwin starts. And I heard that Baldwin's was over an hour and Gull had to cut him off at some point.
And Ivy, just so you know, I mean, if at any point you go, Sonny, can you take over? Go right ahead, okay? If your voice is getting too dry or whatever, just let me know.
I'm fine.
Okay.
It's hard for me to understand listening to people. I have to read it myself anyway.
Yep, go ahead.
9:53 a.m. Attorney Andrew Baldwin delivered the defense's opening statement, starting with the statement, Richard Allen is truly innocent and there is reasonable doubt. Baldwin went on to say, we want the truth to come out in this courtroom for the families. Baldwin said the state's investigation was messed up from the beginning. Baldwin accused the state of losing interview after interview we will never see. Baldwin said hair found in Libby's hand had a root with DNA. The DNA seemed to possibly match a female relative of Libby and not Allen. In 7 years, they never turned over the mother or sister's hair to be tested for DNA, Baldwin said. Sorry, this is my thought. I guess to know that it was probably a relative of Libby, they probably knew that from comparing Libby's DNA.
And I mean, can I say something really quick? Because somebody had asked me. I mean, that's pretty normal. I mean, especially me, I have long hair. You have no idea how many of I chaperone I'm the lunch lady on Fridays at my kids' school. And you have no idea, from like helping them put their bags or pack their lunches or whatever, how many times their mothers are like, oh my God, I found a hair of yours. And I know it's yours because the length and the color. And they're like, I know it's yours. So, I mean, that means nothing.
Yeah.
Let me say this too, because my husband always says this to me, and it kind of makes me go, what the fuck? Because my husband constantly says to me,
I know what you're going to say.
that, well, he'll say, thanks for the hair in my food. Or, and I'm like, what the fuck? But he always says that. And I'm always like, really? Like, how? Really? But he always says that, or he'll pull out a hair right in front of me from his dish. And I'm just like, it's to the point that it's ridiculous. And, but anyways, it just reminded me of that. Always the hair my husband is finding of mine in the food. And I'm like, how does it always happen? But like I said,
the weirdest part to me is that they didn't compare it to Kelsey or Becky's hair to confirm that's who it came from. Like, why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah.
What do you think?
Why
about
wasn't
that?
it processed? It should have been processed.
What they said that, I think Kelsey at one point, like a year or two ago, I heard her say that she had given DNA like 7 times. And then I think I heard them say that she gave it again 2 weeks ago, because at that point it still hadn't been compared to Becky's or Kelsey's hair. That's crazy.
Especially with the root. I mean, that's gold. I mean, that is gold.
Right.
Yeah.
With the root, right. I know, like what can you even say about that? Because I just assumed that hair, any hair, like when, because we've been talking about a hair for a long time, and whether it was a pet hair, human hair, whatever, but it just seems absolutely absurd that this hair that was wrapped around Abby's fingers, as they put it, was never tested to the like, how, like, it just seems like I just assumed that would have been done.
I think it's a little bit is incompetence, and a lot of it is what I always told you is, this town had never seen unaliving like this.
Right.
So, a lot of times you're trained to do something, but if you never put it to practice, you don't know how to do it. So the moment it happens, you're like, whoa, what am I supposed to do? So I think that's what happened.
Yeah, but
they got, it happened and they didn't know the protocol. And I think they were like looking at the book, trying to figure out, okay, hair check, okay, put in a bag, put this. Right. But I think they didn't know how it's specifically done. And I think, and not to justify them, but I think truly, I don't think it was a cover up. I think it was mistake, because this was a small town that this type of things never happen. I told you, this is a Tuesday in New York City, but over there, it's once in a lifetime.
So do you think that this was like one of those last minute things where they're like going, oh shit, we never tested?
I think so. I think they, obviously when you are trained, you are trained in many things and you're supposed to be versed in many things. But if you don't put it to practice, you don't know how to do it. So I think this happened and they were like, okay, now we have 2 bodies. Like, how do we process this? Like, what's the protocol? If this would have been in New York, we get the CSI team, you have to wait a forensic, you can't move until the coroner gets there, blah, 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 blah. But, over there, I think it's all the time I hear conspiracies and they say, oh no, they did this on purpose. I don't think this was on purpose. I think it was truly a mistake because it never happened before. And hopefully it will never happen again. Yeah. But hopefully if it does happen, they know how to do it from now on. And I think that worries me, because that might create, like they were trying to cover it up. So we'll see.
No, I don't think it's a cover up on purpose. I think it's incompetence.
I think it's incompetence.
Yeah, I think so. But incompetence, not because they were dumb. I think it's because they never seen that before. So I think that's what it was. And they didn't want to accept the help because the FBI was there. So I don't understand why the FBI, because I mean, the FBI has the right to say, hey, we're here. We're going to, you know, we succeed you. We're going to step in. But I guess they didn't want to step over their shoes.
Yeah.
Big mistake too.
Yeah.
So it's like mistake after, it's like 3 mistakes that align in a row, because I don't understand why they didn't take
Well,
over.
you know, I guess in my head, and not even being a police officer, I just always assumed that family's hair would have been tested. Like, meaning when we knew that there was a hair at the crime scene, but we didn't know, say, if it was an animal or whatever. But in saying that, in my head, I just always assumed that the hair would have been tested.
The first thing you do.
Right. Right. Like, so for me, that was kind of like a dummies 101 to me.
Yep.
Yeah, if the regular Joe can think about it, then why weren't they, like, why didn't, you know, I mean,
same thing. Why, for example, for me, you should have tested also the sticks, any fibers, anything.
Oh, yeah, the sticks.
And they didn't. They didn't take anything.
They had to go back to the crime scene to get the sticks.
And that was how many days later?
Right.
I think somebody even said to me that it was a week later. So by then it was contaminated.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh. So I would be much more, I hate to say forgiving because it's not on me to forgive any of them, but I'd be much more lenient, in my opinion, had they just not had any help. But the fact that they were so, like, bent out of shape when the FBI came in because they wanted to be in control of it. Oh, that makes me so mad.
Okay. Let's go back. We'll go back to my thing refreshed on me here. 9.
It starts with Baldwin also attacked the cell phone evidence.
Yeah. There we go.
There. Baldwin also attacked the cell phone evidence in the state's case. Baldwin held up a phone and said, "Forensic data on these phones don't lie." Baldwin told jurors the prosecution's case is going to fall apart before your very eyes when they see the phone data evidence. Baldwin also reiterated the prosecution's theory that Abby and Libby were dead by 4 p.m. on February 13th, 2017, that their bodies were never moved until they were recovered, and that Libby's phone was under Abby's body the entire time. Baldwin said the prosecution's timeline puts Allen in the CPS parking lot at 1:30 p.m. The prosecution says Allen abducted and killed the girls, left Libby's phone at the scene, and never returned. But the defense says Allen and the girls were never on the trail at the same time. They say Allen left by 1:30 p.m. that day. His car is gone by 2:15, Baldwin said, and if his car is gone, Richard is gone. Baldwin says witness Betsy Blair will testify that when she drove by the lot, she saw a car, but Baldwin says the vehicle looks nothing like Allen's. There is reasonable doubt in this case, Baldwin said. The defense says the man in the video taken by Libby doesn't show his lips moving, so it's unclear he is the one who said down the hill. The defense says there's no proof the girls were actually taken down the hill. They believe they may have been taken to a car on a nearby access road. There's not going to be strong evidence about what happened from that point in time, Baldwin said. Baldwin said Libby's phone received signal until 5:44 p.m. on February 13th. Then it was no longer connected until 4:33 a.m. on the 14th. Baldwin said evidence will show that someone else handled Libby's phone after the murders. Richard Allen was at home and never came back, Baldwin said. The defense believes the girls were killed somewhere else and their bodies were returned to the crime scene. They said that searchers saw no bodies or girls' clothing in the creek on the night of the 13th. Witnesses near the crime scene also reported hearing no screams. The defense also worked to undermine the confessions Allen reportedly made while being held in prison. They are going to put up video after video after video and audio after audio after audio of confessions of an innocent man, Baldwin said. He went in there, prison, fragile to begin with.
Oh, there we are. Okay.
Baldwin said Allen told his family, "Maybe I just confessed to all this so you guys don't have to suffer." The defense also tried to discredit the prosecution's claim that the bullet found near the girls' bodies belonged to Allen. Baldwin said that law enforcement commonly uses the type of bullet found at the crime scene, but police never investigated if an officer was missing a .40 caliber bullet. He also said that the owner of the property where the girls were found owns a .40 weapon, but his gun was never tested to see if it matched the bullet found. I'm not sure that's true. I've always been under the assumption that it was tested, but they weren't. But I thought they said today that they weren't able to exclude it. But we've always heard that it was tested, so I don't know. Baldwin said an expert will testify the markings were insufficient on the lab test bullet to match Allen's gun to the bullet at the crime scene. Baldwin told the jury, "You'll see with your own eyes that the markings on the bullets do not match." Baldwin also said the state's timeline doesn't match when Allen was on the trails. He called out 2 witnesses who described seeing a man who looks nothing like Allen in the area. Baldwin says that if the timeline and witnesses' accounts don't match the prosecution's, then the case is blown apart. Baldwin told the jury none of Allen's DNA was found at the scene, and no other forensic evidence placed him there. The defense went on to say it was highly unlikely one person could commit the crime. Baldwin said even state and local law enforcement thought more than one person was required to commit the murders. "Please wait," Baldwin said in closing. "Richard Allen is truly innocent." The defense finished their opening statement at 10:54 a.m., which was 59 minutes.
I was going to say, we need to unpack
an hour and
this.
1 minute.
Right. I was going to say, we need to unpack this part for sure. Okay, let's see here. Reasonable doubt, Baldwin. Baldwin said hair found in Libby's hand is root DNA, right? Possibly match a female relative of Libby, not Allen, in 7 years. Let's see here. So Baldwin says that that also attacked the cell phone evidence in the state's case. He held up a phone and said forensic data on these phones don't lie. Basically, it's going to fall apart before your very eyes.
Something else about that, real quick.
Yeah.
That Andrea girl, she said that they said that Baldwin said something to the effect of, "We'll show you that," like that the phone was like, basically somebody physically did something to the phone, that like human hands did something to the phone.
Right. Yeah.
I can't remember the exact wording, but which is odd.
Yeah, I remember that part actually. And well, that's what I'm going to say. So, so it's one of those things, right? Okay, so Richard Allen in the PCA, right, says that he was there from 1:30 till about 4 o'clock. It was, and then all of a sudden, with the attorneys, next thing you know, it reverts that he wasn't even there at all at that time. That he left. So, what do you think about the fact of that they're going to show that he had left at like 2:15?
It's Betsy Blair saying, this is what that's based on. I'm almost positive that Betsy Blair, when she left, she drove by the CPS building and she said there was a car there, but it looked like her dad's old Comet. And that's what they're basing that off of, because they're like, well, he drove a Ford Focus, so obviously he was gone by that point.
But at the same time, you can go and play. I'm sorry, don't come for me. I'm going to sound a little sexist, but you can say, hey, she's a girl. She's young. She doesn't know cars. It's not like, it's a man and he would have been like, oh no, that's a Focus or that's whatever. So that's going to be the counter argument, that you can't really put weight on that. So
that one for sure, but I mean, we went from a PT Cruiser purple, it was like, I think 3 different variations or whatever. But Alexa, so what do you think about the fact of, even in the PCA, it's like, like the story, like of the look, the visual of the BG from Betsy Blair, to the girls seeing him, you got black, you got this, like they're not even consistent.
Well, I'll tell you, and I'm sure, Ivy's in the psychology business, so she can specify. Our brains are primitive. Our brains are not meant to remember things. Like if you purposely, you're walking and going about your day, you're not going to remember every detail you see. And sometimes you have what they call fake, they're not ideas, they're fake, what are they called? Oh my Lord.
So
Fake thoughts, like,
Yeah.
that you swear that, I sometimes do that to myself. And I said, I swear I wore a red shirt yesterday. And people are like, no, you didn't. And I can prove it. I have a picture. And it wasn't red, it was white. It's because of that. So if you're purposely not trying to remember details, you're not going to remember. We have in the spam, especially teenagers. And I think that's what the prosecution should really focus on. And then they should bring, an expert and say, hey, the human brain, and this is how the human brain works. Psychology 101 for, biology. You're not going
they
to
did
remember
bring all
those
that
details.
up.
And that's the discrepancies on colors. That one believes it was purple, the other one believes it's black, but they all have the same thing, that it was a dark color. Nobody said there was a light color car.
But let me I want to put this one in quickly, Ivy. But like Travis said, her dad owned a Comet, so she knew that car was like a Comet because like they owned one, like her dad had one. So you know what I mean? It's kind of like if I seen a Trans Am and I had one, I would know what a Trans Am is. But I agree with you that women know far less about cars. I don't give a shit what you say, women out there.
And sometimes you can say,
Women
hey,
know
it's
way
a
less about cars than
Suzuki,
men.
but it's not a Suzuki, it's a Hyundai. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Even though your father has a car,
Yeah.
the same car. So I mean, this is going to be the battle of the experts, because for everything they say, you can rebuttal and bring an expert and say, hey,
Yes.
the phone was turned off at this time, and then they're going to bring an expert and say, no, somebody physically had to turn it off. And then they bring another expert and say, no, it could have just died, or it could have been triangulated and the phone died. So that's going to be the battle. I think at the end of the day, I think the jurors have to put everything into account, everything they hear, and
Yeah.
they have to follow the crumbs and see, does this make sense? And I think I am praying to God that they have that they will be able to follow those breadcrumbs, and they will be, to the truth, to whatever the truth is. I mean, I think he's guilty. Some people think that he's not guilty. If he's not guilty, well, he's not guilty. So then show us.
Right. Yeah. Ivy, were you going to say something? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Alexa.
No, go ahead.
No,
I
Ivy
was just saying that Alexa said something about having like psychologists or somebody come in and talk about memory. They did that for the hearing about whether, I think it was the Lemonade for the sketches.
Right.
That was one of the witnesses, or I don't know if they're called witnesses in that situation, but basically saying they explained the way that memories work, and we're basically explaining like why the two sketches would look so different. But the jury didn't get to hear that though.
Yeah. Travis says they are night and day. State is stuck with it. The problem is state needs these witnesses for their timeline. Have to take the good with the bad. Yeah.
But I mean, the timeline is pretty easily proven. I mean, I'm sure if he was at CBS, I'm sure the cameras are going to show 1:30, and that's going to be his biggest alibi.
Well, that's just it. And I think this will come down to like the manipulation of, in a sense, of the time, like it's kind of like the state's going to show like, hey, like he said he was there at this time. We can prove that he was there at this time. Defense is basically saying, oh, well, no, we can prove that he wasn't actually there at that time. And we can prove that he was leaving at 2:15 and blah, 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 blah. I just take that all with a grain of salt, because at the end of the day, there's going to be, to me, clarity to that. And we're going to be able to see if the defense is like more giving their interpretation of the events versus what will actually be, say, truth. I mean,
defense his phone evidence or something.
Well, that's what, like, so he's saying like, and the data basically is going to make this case look like, basically it's going to be, everyone's going to be realizing once they see this phone data evidence that there's no way that Richard Allen could have possibly done this. And that basically it's almost going to be an embarrassment to the state once they show and prove, all of this, and that the girls Now they can say that the phone again was active at 4 o'clock or 4:33 in the morning or whatever time it said there, and that somebody had to physically turn on that phone in order for that to happen, and and like you said, Alexa, like just like the unspent bullet, you're gonna have the defense is gonna have the people for them that are gonna say, hey, this is bunk stuff,
Mhm.
You're gonna have the prosecutor side gonna say, nope, absolutely, we can, beyond a shadow of doubt, we can show that this gun was cycled through Richard Allen's, and it will come down to truly, just like most cases, right? I always find that very interesting, though, when you have experts in a field, you have one for the defense, one for the prosecution, saying the opposite things of each other, and yet
Mhm.
in my head, these are experts, and people rely a lot on that information, but yet you get confused, because how do you have these experts in a field and people going, no, like, because obviously they're going to find somebody that's going to say,
Yeah.
no, this is bunk.
And that's the thing, right? It's whoever pays the most, right?
Yeah. So
So
yeah, like I think that the defense in this part, like, and this is just my personal opinion myself, I think that the defense, like I said, kind of like with the whole Odinist thing, they built their storyline,
mhm.
work of art type of idea. And I think the same thing's going to happen here, just by my own feelings, is that the defense is going to, of course, try to everything, make up an excuse, and, based on their interpretation
Mhm.
of the events. But so it will be very interesting to like hear that, knowing that, hopefully they have the footage, like the state has that footage to say, defense, like we can prove this, this, and this.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe it will be strong enough. Maybe it won't. Because I
I
mean,
mean, it's their job. I mean, before it was like, oh, the ordinist, they did it, it was black and white, and that's how I did it. Now it changed. Of course, it had to shift because, in my opinion,
yeah,
they have nothing. So they have to go and build now something out of nothing. And the thing is, as long as they cause that, and I love it how they, in the opening statement, the reasonable doubt came out so many times,
yeah,
because it's almost like implanting that on the jury. But the reasonable, the reasonable, so many times, like, let the jury decide. You don't have to, implant it so many times. But at the end of the day, that's what they need to do, right?
yeah.
They need to create that reasonable doubt
It's just
that he couldn't be there. But the biggest thing, it would be show a CBS video from the parking lot that says, hey, at 1:45 he arrived.
Well, he was supposed to be going home, I think.
say that again, Ivy?
I think he was supposed to be going home afterwards.
Oh, was he? But wasn't he supposed to be? Didn't they say that he was supposed to be at CVS around 1:30?
I think they just said that he went home and didn't leave afterwards. But even then you would expect his phone to connect to his Wi-Fi.
Or the cameras, or the car. Because even, I mean, that happened in 97. The cars have GPS. So they could have pulled the data from the car. So.
Give me a sec. I just have to go to the washroom. Be right back.
So.
One thing that I heard about during jury selection that I thought was interesting was McClellan, the prosecutor. I heard that he was asking the potential jurors about what it takes to have probable cause, and he asked, in some way, like, do you think that our standard for guilty for murder should be lower than it is? And I thought that was an odd question.
I guess he, because he wants to know what he has. I mean, if somebody says yes, you want somebody like that. But if you, I mean, you don't want somebody like that in your team. So, I mean, he wants to make sure that he knows who he has as a jury. And by now they're going to start reading the jury. And they're going to know who are they, who is more susceptible, who can they talk more to, who needs a little more convincing. And I think, do you know how many women? I think there's more women, right? Remind me how many women there are?
Let me see if I can find it.
I think there's like, is it?
I know in the alternates it was, okay, the jury is made up of 8 women and 4 men.
And the alternate, I think they're men, right?
They're half and half, two women, 2 men.
2 and 2.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Alexa? 8 women, 4 men.
I mean, you want that because women are more susceptible, right?
Right.
I think for the prosecution, I think that might be good because I think they're more susceptible to, especially if they're mothers. I mean, I don't know their ages. I mean, but you know, there will be more to this case. I think it would be. I would rather have women than men. But obviously, I'm not a lawyer. You know, that's Travis's area. But they, you know, they will start manipulating and that goes for the prosecution, and that goes for the. I'm sorry, I don't know what I have allergies. And that goes for the prosecution. I mean, they're both going to start reading the jury and see, who looks like it's a little confused or who takes more notes, and then they're going to start addressing them more. So it's going to be really interesting. I mean, this case is going to be. I mean, I wish I could have went down. Only if this case would have been a week later, I could have gone down.
Only 24 people were. There's only 24 seats available. Isn't that so crazy to me?
Did Adam get in?
We assume we haven't heard from him.
Oh, you guys haven't.
Oh yeah, he got in. He got in, but I haven't heard from him at all. But he Turbo says that he made. So Tom didn't make it for the afternoon. He was like one person too many because he went to his car for like 20 minutes. He said, but he said that Adam or Turbo said that Adam made it in for both, like Aspen. When I say Adam, Aspen, Connor made it in for both of them. But they got there at 9:00 last night because when they heard that people were starting to line up, aka Marv Greeno, that they were like, shit, better get down there. So, cold night. So I'm sure both of them. Tom.
So they slept there?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, wow. That reminds me of the Johnny Depp case that people were like actually sleeping.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, wow. That's crazy.
Well, it's because when you hear, like Marv and Greeno are basically down there, and I get it because, like you're there, Marv's your own Marv, can't stand the chick myself, but whatever, that's beyond the point. But she made it. She came down from Wisconsin, and so obviously, you like me. I would be doing the same thing, honestly. That Marv did.
Me too.
I
would be like,
damn straight, my ass is pissing in some bush over there if there's no bathrooms open and stuff like that, and I'm hauling it for the night.
Cold too.
Hey.
It was cold too.
I know it was cold too. Even JLR, right? Because he was there with his girlfriend Magnolia. Well, the embarrassing part, in a way, or I shouldn't say the embarrassing part, but the part that sucked was that they literally let all 50 people into the courtroom. And then when the judge said that anyone that's standing has to leave. So basically only like 24 seats got to be, versus the 50 people that were standing in line. So some of the people that were waiting in line were waiting in the afternoon lineup. And, but like I said, so if you left the courtroom, like say Tom did, he didn't get back in because he was one person too late. And so he was like number 26, he said, and they had let like 25 in, I believe it was. But anyways, so that really would have sucked, right? Because Magnolia had gone in there. And then this news guy, he didn't put his name on the list because I guess they dropped the ball. So he had to leave as well. And so that would suck, right? Thinking that you're going to get in there and see the trial. And then anyone that was standing, which is about 30 people, had to like leave, But, let me put it this way. Like I said, this is for anyone that's following this case. This is like the trial. This is the trial that if you want going to be at a trial, this is a trial to be at. It sucks that it's not aired. We know that. It sucks that there's no overflow room and all that. It's just honestly, It's everything that this case fucking sucks. I'll say that. Okay. It fucking sucks the whole way through. All 7.5 years of it. Poor families, poor, everyone that's been going through this shit for a long time, including the YouTubers, that have been following the case and stuff like that. Not to be able to see this, is just, honestly, it's wrong. It's wrong. Like a lot of people saying transparency, it's the public's money. And yet everything about this case is just, secretive, full of twists and turns. It's honestly bullshit, to be honest with you. And it's disheartening, but it is what it is, right? It is what it is. Can't change that. So,
I mean, I heard a rumor, I don't know if it's true, that Mr. Doug Carter is going to be called to the stand. Is that true?
Probably.
The defense,
I would love to be there. I'm like his #1 fan.
The defense had like 100 and something witnesses on their list.
How many?
100 and something.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
160, I thought it was.
I mean, whoa, just there. I mean, somebody who's not guilty. Why do you need so many?
Oh, and here's something interesting. I don't know if it'll make a difference or not, but I heard that his daughter is only on the defense witness list, not the prosecution.
Oh, okay. Because we had heard about her being on the prosecution.
She's going to be somebody interesting. I wish I would have known what day she's going to be, because I mean, that's somebody that I really want to pay attention to that.
Yeah. Now, so, just quickly, I want to talk about this part of that as well. So the defense is going to try to say that that basically the girls weren't there on the 13th, that they were basically brought back there on the 14th, that, according to Libby's phone, right, that it went on at whatever time it was, 4:33 or whatever. And that, like I said, so basically to say that they weren't actually, like, say, killed there, they were brought there and somebody had their phone at this time and stuff like that. Like, what do you think about that? I mean, I mean, obviously they have to go for the stretch, in a sense, and try to use, like, but what do you think about that? About the phone? I mean, that's going to come down to the experts.
I got distracted while you were talking. What was your question?
Well, my question really is about, what do you guys think about that? Like, about the fact that the defense is going to try to say that the girls actually weren't there, that somebody else was there, and Richard Allen, never went back after the time that he left at whatever 2:15.
But the biggest proof that that's going to be is forensics, because when a body is moved, you're going to see rigor mortis. So if a body hits to that point, that body was not moved, and they can calculate exactly to the specific time. So biology, once again, and forensics is not going to lie. That they have to bring the forensic, the coroner, and say, hey, this body, and show pictures and show proof and say, hey, look, this is consistent with, with rigor mortis, and rigor mortis doesn't happen until the 6 to whatever 12 hours. How do you explain that?
Well, I was going to say, like, another thing, because remember how the ISP had up this whole different information about, like, red hair and 5'11", and that and that the college or university, these smart students had, calculated the height of the bridge guy versus, and it was 5'11" versus this 5'4", 5'5". Like, I mean, like again, like, it's.
How you shut them up? That wasn't done by the FBI. That wasn't done by an agency.
Right.
We're professionals, because they never did it. They just went by, I guess whatever they had, whatever they thought it was the truth. I don't know why they didn't bother checking. Or can also be and say, hey, I mean, technically you can calculate it because, you know, by the tree and the way the tree was and the shadow, you can really calculate to the specific height. So I think that was just a mistake. You can say, hey, that was done by rookie students and a professor at a university. That wasn't done by law enforcement. Therefore, should be taken. And it's always a approximation, even when you do profiling. Profiling, and it's not exact. You are estimating based on what you know. You say, hey, it's between, between 40 and 50. You leave that range. That doesn't mean that if he's 52, you're wrong. So,
go ahead, Ivy.
I really hope that this is wrong, but I heard, and I think it may have come up in that like 3-day long hearings, that they based the time of death off of the movement of Libby's phone and not off of like stuff you normally would have. I hope that is wrong.
Right.
Because if it, like, let's say they didn't take like body temp or whatever else they can do at the scene for time of death, because then they were moved in a refrigerated vehicle, allegedly, that could throw all that off.
now I am sure the coroner, because the coroner has,
Really?
I mean, I am 99% sure the coroner showed up. So I'm pretty sure they have all that information.
It would just be crazy if they didn't.
Yeah. See-through says, hey, Alexa, isn't age the hardest thing to gauge in profiling?
Yeah. I mean, usually, if it's, for example, if it's a letter, usually you go by the words they use, and then you would call somebody that knows like statement analysis, and then you start analyzing like the words they use. Like older people, we use the word, for example, attaché instead of saying briefcase or a bag. So that's how you know that somebody might be an older generation or an educated. So, somebody who's more educated would have a better lingo. So that's how you approximate, but age is one of the hardest to do.
Yeah.
And that's why sometimes they give such a big range. So,
yeah. Okay. I was going to say, let's go continue on with this. And
can I read? I pulled up the probable cause real quick. Can I read just like a couple of lines out of there about the cars?
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's see. Where did it go? I just had it up.
let me see.
Okay. It says that hold on. She saw the girls. Okay, so Betsy Blair's vehicle is seen on Hoosier Harvest Store video at 2:14, leaving westbound from the trails. She advised when she was leaving, she noted a vehicle was parked in an odd manner at the old CPS building. She said it was not odd for vehicles to be parked there, but she noticed it was odd because of the manner it was parked, backed in near the building. Investigators received a tip from Blank in which he stated he was on his way to Delphi on State Road 25 around 2:10. He observed a purple PT Cruiser or a small SUV type of vehicle parked on the south side of the old CPS building. He stated it appeared as though it was backed in as to conceal the license plate of the vehicle. Both of those people drew diagrams of where they saw the vehicle parked, and their diagrams generally matched as to the area the vehicle was parked and in the manner it was parked. Blank advised he remembered seeing a small dark-colored car parked at the old CPS building. He described it as possibly being a smart car. Blank vehicle is seen leaving at 2:28 p.m. on the Hoosier Harvest Store. So to me, like those, especially the ones where they said the car was backed up in there, and then they made a little drawing that shows they're talking about the same spot. Whether their descriptions are off or not, to me that says they're talking about the same car.
Yeah. But what did it say? It left at 2:28?
Well, 2:28, yeah.
The guy who saw is probably the last person that said they saw the car at the CPS building was seen leaving the area at 2:28.
But it wasn't video, right? It was a guy.
Yeah, it was a guy. So there's like three, I think it's hard to tell because the names are gone, but I think there's 3 people who saw the car.
Yeah, I think there was. But they're saying that this car that was backed in had left at 228.
No, the person who saw
the last saw the car was at
the last
228.
person, yeah.
Oh, okay.
They,
gotcha.
Yeah,
so
and again, you back
still
then you can go false memories, right?
Right.
It wasn't 228. It was maybe 328.
Yeah.
Well, that was the 228 is based on his car being seen on the video leaving.
Right.
Oh,
or
that's what
passing
I
by
said
the harvest
on the
store.
video. That's going to be problematic
I
because if
misunderstood
it's
that.
228, how can that be when he left until 3:30?
Yeah, 4.
Unless this is another thing. Sometimes videos, the time, sometimes, with the change of time, they don't have the time. So then you would have to prove. I mean, there's so many discrepancies. Those discrepancies can cause, and something like that, because you're saying, okay, we're going to trust the video. And then the video is saying 228, that can be problematic for the jury.
I didn't think about that. Well, the 228, that would be consistent with the prosecution.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So that's why I'm kind of going like, wait, what? So
yeah, because the defense is saying he left at 2:15 because Betsy Blair saw a different car there. But these people, the last person of those 3 people in the PCA who saw the car at the CPS building saw it around 2:28.
Okay, and the prosecution say that at what time did he leave?
Like around 4-ish. But
that's what I thought.
The person that sees on 228 though is just the person who sees the car there, not the actual car, not Richard Allen's car. I wish we knew their names to keep it straight.
Yeah, yeah.
I have this. Am I having this twisted in my head? Because it's like, so at 228 is the last time that someone saw the vehicle, but it wasn't that Richard Allen's vehicle had left. If it was, or that this car left.
Let's say Betsy and then a guy named John and a guy named Bill saw the car at the CPS building.
Yeah.
Bill was the last of the witnesses that saw the car the latest, and he saw the car at around 2:28.
Okay. But the car was still there.
But at what time was the video? Does it say at what time the video shows the car leaving? Or is there any video of the car leaving?
There's no video of allegedly Richard Allen's car leaving. The 228 is Bill's car seen on the Harvest Store's camera, and right after that was a CPS building.
Right. Okay.
Gotcha.
That's what
I always thought. I don't know why. I always thought that there was video of him leaving.
There's video of a car
arriving,
similar to his coming. I
think. Yeah, that I remember. And it had that short window between when the girls arrived that he had to like really speed walk. I think it was like 1:15, whatever. It's funny because we did this case so long. I knew all the initials by heart. I would be like, okay, this is that, da, da. Now I'm like, wait a second, like who's this? Like I completely forgot the initials.
So to me, it sounds like they'll be able to argue against the defense's car theory.
Well, I was going to say, because see-through says at 2:27, they claim Rick's car passes the Harvest.
It wasn't 2:27. It was
2:28, you said.
But that wasn't Richard Allen's.
Right. That's why it keeps throwing me for a loop because of
that. Yeah, because Richard Allen's car was seen earlier. Was it number like 1:15 or something like that?
Yeah, it was something around there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to find it.
Because it was like 15 minutes or 22 minutes before the girls arrived. Because remember you and I were always saying, like, you were like, but that's such a short time for him to get out of the car and walk.
Okay.
So he was really in a mission.
Yeah. 1:27 is when it was seen arriving. Because it was about 19-21 minutes before the girls.
Mm-hmm. Before the girls arrived.
Right. Because the girls arrived at basically 1:47, And because Kelsey had originally said 1:30ish, but obviously looking at her phone because she was talking to her boyfriend. Anyways, it was 1:47, and Richard Allen's car was seen arriving at around 1:27. It went past the Hoovister, whatever, but
Yeah, 1:27.
Yeah, 1:27, but I don't believe it was actually seen leaving.
True.
Yeah, and so, I mean, it will just be very interesting to how this plays out now. God, I hate how the scene keeps refreshing.
And
Okay.
the 1:27 is consistent with the tip, or not tip,
Mhm.
but the statement given to Dan Doolin saying he was there around 1:30.
Around that time. Yep.
Okay. Okay. Do you want to go to 11:22?
Yes, hold on, let me.
Thank you, and then we can all talk about it. CD said he had to drop off a bunch of girls and trying to get his son to sleep there.
All right. So this is 1:22 or 11:22 a.m. The state's first witness, Becky Patty, who we all know who she is. After a 25-minute break, today's proceedings continued with the prosecution presenting its case. The prosecution's first witness was Becky Patty, Libby's grandmother, who said she and her husband, Mike Patty, raised Libby and Kelsey. Libby was very active and very smart, Becky said. Becky said Abby went on spring break with Libby and Patty.
I know, bad.
Patty always gets me because I feel like it's the wrong name. According to Patty, the girls were in volleyball and band together. Becky said Libby turned 14 years old in December 2016, 2 months before her death. According to Becky, the girls did not have school February 13th, 2017, because it was a scheduled snow makeup day that wasn't needed. Becky said Abby stayed at their house February 12th, 2017, the night before the murders, and Derek made them breakfast that next morning. According to Becky, Libby asked her sister, Kelsey, if you're going to go into town, would you take us to the trails? Becky said the last thing she said to Libby was to wear a jacket, which Libby responded, Grandma, I'll be okay. Oh, that's sad. Becky wiped away tears as she recounted this. Becky said Kelsey took Libby and Abby to the trail around 1:30 p.m. According to Becky, Libby would have notified her if she was running late. Becky said Derek called her around 3:30 p.m. because the girls weren't at the pickup spot, and Libby wasn't answering her cell phone. She also said Abby didn't have a cell phone. Becky then called her husband Mike to say she was worried and wanted to go search the trails for the girls. Becky said she also called AT&T to see if they could ping Libby's cell phone. Around 5 p.m., Becky told Mike to call police because it was starting to get dark. Becky said she then called Anna Williams, Abby's mom, to tell her the girls were missing. We kept calling and calling, Becky said as tears were in her eyes. Becky said the family members eventually went home and joined the search parties on the morning of February 14th, 2017. During the search, Becky said a friend ran up to her and said they had found the girls, which Becky interpreted as they were safe. Oh, this is terrible. Then Becky said her younger sister Melissa was crying and could only say, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I couldn't understand why they weren't taking me to her, and then I saw the coroner's van driving by, and that's when I realized they weren't alive. Becky said, it never crossed my mind when they told me. I just thought they found them. During cross-examination, Baldwin asked Becky to reiterate that Libby was vocal and stood up for others. In the redirect, prosecuting attorney Stacey Diener asked Becky if Libby had ever been exposed to guns, which Becky replied no. Becky said her husband has a long gun for hunting and a handgun, but Becky said Libby was never around the guns. Becky's testimony ended after 1 hour.
Okay.
I feel like they skipped over a bunch of stuff there, but
say that again.
I feel like they skipped over a bunch of probably little details, but like when she called AT&T, they skipped over the part where AT&T told her they couldn't ping it for her since it wasn't her phone.
Right. I remember that. Yeah. Yeah. Let's see here. Okay. 1:34. I don't really think there's overly a lot to say besides, like I said, a couple things, like you said, that they glanced that they didn't say there, but we all pretty much know that stuff from Becky. So go ahead, 1:34.
134. All right. Libby's older sister, Kelsey Siebert, takes the stand. Kelsey had just turned 17 when her sister was killed. She told the court that she and Libby were very close and knew each other's friends. She was more my best friend than my sister, Kelsey said. She said that Abby spent a lot of time at their house. She didn't have her own phone, but Libby would let Abby borrow hers. Kelsey described Libby as always outgoing and very brave. A year before the murders, Kelsey and Libby both crossed the Monon High Bridge for the first time. Kelsey said she was so scared that she crawled across it. On the morning of the murders, Kelsey said Libby asked me to go to the High Bridge. She wanted me to go with her. I told her she had to have a ride home, Kelsey said. I'm sure everybody knows the story, but right there they skipped over. Kelsey said, I can't go with you. So she said, okay, will you take us? And she said, yeah, if you have a ride home. She said Abby and Libby listened to loud music with the windows open on the way to the trail. Prosecutors showed a satellite map of the path the girls would have used to get to the bridge. Kelsey pointed out the trailhead where she dropped the girls off before driving to her boyfriend's house. Where was Libby's phone usually? Prosecuting attorney Stacey Diener asked. It was always in her hand, Kelsey said. Kelsey said that sometime after 4 p.m., her grandma called to say that Libby was missing. Kelsey and her boyfriend tried to reach Libby. The family met up and walked the High Bridge. Prosecutors had Kelsey show her the route on the satellite map. She crossed down the left side of the trail. They went north off of the bridge where there was a hill to go down, then went west to where there is a gate. Kelsey said there was a tree with shoes on it along the route, but that wasn't concerning. Lots of kids put their shoes on the tree, according to Kelsey. Do you think something bad happened? Oh, did you think something bad happened? Diener asked. No, we thought they were out in the woods somewhere, Kelsey said. Kelsey said she would text Libby some, but they mostly talked through Snapchat. She would have sent a picture with words on it, Kelsey said. If you didn't save it, it would disappear in a couple of hours. Kelsey remembered Libby posted a picture of the bridge and then a picture of Abby on the bridge. Kelsey did not go back to the trail after the initial pass with her family, but said, I was texting and calling her. When they did go back, Kelsey said, we were divided into groups. My group crossed the High Bridge. We went down and to the right. We were searching under the bridge. Kelsey became emotional on the stand when she said, not long after, there was someone that yelled they had found the girls.
Okay, which we, for the gist of it, we all know that part of the story as well. There's nothing there of anything that
it does sound like, because Baldwin was asking, he asked both Kelsey and Becky about Libby's personality, about being like she would stand up. She wasn't a wallflower. She would stand up. She would put up a fight. And I think what they're doing is they're going to make the argument that it wasn't just one person. It would have taken 2 people to overcome that because Libby would have put up a fight.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I know, because I think on the last live, it kind of ended off with that about questioning about Libby's, is she like loud? If there was somebody on the bridge, wouldn't, somebody basically have heard her screaming? But I think kind of like what one of the, I think that was a lawyer said that, just basically, I think they were tying that into just more as well, like, I don't even know, like incompetence of, or the sloppiness of the whole case. And oh God, even right now, my brain's tired trying to think of that. But yeah, because I was kind of going, yeah, like, okay, I can see why they're asking that. In my head, I was thinking about, well, okay, so if something's happening, wouldn't she have yelled and screamed, type of thing, because she's the outspoken one, wouldn't somebody have heard her? That's why, that they weren't there. They were put back there later, kind of like trying to tie it all into that, basically.
But at the same time, it could be a grown-up man, 300 pounds. And if somebody has a gun, obviously the gun is going to win.
Yeah.
So that is just a given, especially for somebody that has never seen a gun. It's one thing when you maybe are around firearms, whatever, but it's pretty scary when it's pointed at you with with that purpose. It's completely different. I mean, even a 300-pound, 50-year-old man will squeal like a little girl.
right? Or just, you know, I mean,
able to
being the
control,
pros, you know, like
they're able to control like whole groups of adults. It's not that uncommon.
my thing would be this: if someone's pointing a gun at me in my head without it ever happening to me, I'd be like, oh yeah, I'd be screaming and running and getting, you know. But when you're in that position and somebody has a gun pointed at you, chances are you're even afraid to say a peep because of the fact that somebody's pointing a gun and could kill you, you know. And so I'm sure that both the girls were scared shitless, you know. And so I can exactly see that, you know, Libby not be screaming or anything like that, because again, to be put in that position, I'm sure that they were scared, you know, as fuck. And
I told them, like, if you're quiet and you cooperate, I won't hurt you.
Right. You know, if you yell or scream, I'm going to shoot you, you know,
shoot your friend.
You know, exactly.
And I think that's what I think it came to mind to them, that I think they were like, you know what, if I cooperate with this person,
yes,
everything is going to be okay. And I think that's what it went through their heads. It's, I'm going to cooperate. Hey, do whatever you want, dude. And we're going to be okay.
Yeah. That's what I had in my head too, you know, because we all know when you watch a lot of crime stories, it's like, you know, they always kind of basically manipulate them with that type of talk. You know, it's just do as I say, nothing will happen to you. You know,
Yeah. What it bothers me, and I always wanted to know, hopefully we also get to see, is, you know, what made her start recording. Obviously, she felt threatened. So I think there had to be a threat that they noticed and say, hey, we have to, you know, record because, hey, stranger danger kind of thing. So it would be very interesting to find out, like, how did we get there? I mean, we might never know, but I'm sure that both are going to paint the picture. How did we get there?
McClellan just said that she got, or from what I've heard at least, that Libby just got the ick feeling, like she just got that feeling and started recording. I think is how he described it.
Okay, and so valid. Again, you know, your amygdala, you know, kicking in, saying, "Hey, there's danger there," and always trust your gut. Always trust your gut, because most of the time, 99.9, it would
you know,
say.
If there's one thing about that area as well, is that any of the YouTubers that have gone down in that area have all had issues with their cell phone reception during that time. So when that phone, say, maybe clicked in back at 4:33, whatever in the morning, it's kind of like my husband. When he's working on his job site, there's certain areas in the building that has very bad reception, right? And then all of a sudden he'll say to me, you know, I'll be like, husband, why didn't you answer me? He's like, oh, all your messages just came in at once. That's kind of exactly what happened there, was that the phone kicks back in and then all the messages start coming in to the phone. But again, thinking about all the YouTubers that have gone down into that.
They all had good service.
Pardon?
I was thinking they all had good service.
No.
My memory, because I remember Reno did a test for like Snapchat early on.
Well,
and then there's people who've like live streamed down there.
Yeah, but they're like, again, but like, I remember when, what's her name? Mama, what was her name? Mama.
No, I don't know.
I can't think of her name now all of a sudden. But anyway, she had come, remember she was on our channel a few times. And then she's been in the courtroom as well. And she's the one that got, I think said about the glasses with the camera or something in them. Whatever her name is. I can't think of it.
You can't.
But anyways.
Can I answer this question? I always wonder why they didn't scream. Again, because, you know, teenagers or anybody, even yourself. I mean, if you're being threatened with a gun and somebody, I would be like, hey, you know, I will comply. I will do whatever you want. Just please don't unalive me. So I think they knew that if they ran or if they screamed, they're probably going to be unalive. And I think that was their worried. I think in their heads, they were like, you know what, if we say whatever this crazy man wants to do, we will be okay. I don't think at that second they realized the immense danger they were in. I think they were like, you know what, let's do whatever he says and we're gonna be okay. And I think when they said, it kills me because I always thought of that the last person that those two little angels saw was that man. I mean, that really gets me angry and it really frustrates me.
Mm-hmm.
And I really hope that if he's guilty, that he really pays for this.
I hate to be graphic, but we'll say like Libby, for example, with her injuries,
Thank you,
at
Ben.
that point, you wouldn't be able to scream. It's not like you got stabbed like in the leg. And
Oh
could
yeah, no, but I
scream,
think
you know?
he meant at the beginning, like when they were at the bridge. Why didn't they scream?
Well, I was
But
just
I
thinking like
think
all the way through the whole
they just told you, hey, you know, I comply and everything will be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think at that point, you know, they knew. I think at that point they knew he wasn't kidding. And obviously one had to see the other, what he did to the other one, and they knew that he wasn't kidding around.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's
most
so
likely, probably, I would say Abby was probably on a live before Libby. But
Okay. Just one. You know, I know we'll get to this part about the two knives, or two different things. But anyways, as for the whole, going back to that, yeah. So when Mama Lieber Skills was there, like I said, her reception was so bad she couldn't even film. A lot of people have issues, and other people their reception is better. But you know, to me, I think that that's going to be a thing where her phone was there, it kicked back on, maybe the reception kicked back on to her phone, right? And because sometimes, like I said, my husband will say to me, he'll be like, "Oh, I'm amazed I'm getting a reception right now because typically I don't," or something like that. Anyways, I personally see this as that the phone kicks back in, but not because they were moved away and then brought back and stuff like that. But the defense is going to try to paint that picture, of course, because they're going to have that expert that's going to, you know, say that, you know, this, blah, blah, blah. And then you're going to have the prosecution witness or the expert that's going to say.
Alluded to somebody like physically having the phone, which I don't, right. That's very hard for me to believe.
Well, then, I mean, I'm sure the phone had to be clear for fingerprints. I hope so. God, I hope.
Yeah.
They would show a set of fingerprints, right?
The way it was worded made it sound like he was alluding to maybe somebody tried to use like the fingerprint thing, which I don't, now that I think about it, I don't know if, let me look up and see if an iPhone 6S even had one. I think it did.
Had what?
A fingerprint thingy reader.
Maybe I had one, but I don't recall. I got an iPhone.
Is the question for you, is the thing for the knives soon? Because I have to go and start joining people.
Yeah, no
and then
problem.
I can come back later. But
let's talk about that right now, actually. Okay, so it's said that one was serrated, one was unserrated, something like that, two knives. So should there have been two knives regardless, eh? What's your thoughts on that, Alexa? Just the fact of, you know, having two knives. Do you see a point there during this whole, say, abduction of the girls?
Yeah, definitely. What I always said, you know, he definitely had a kill kit. And that's what you have in a kill kit. Obviously, you have to have three different types of knives. He had a gun. He probably had rope. So I think that, you know, they have to paint it. Why would a person be carrying just on a walk two types of knives?
Right, exactly.
One, I understand. I mean, my stepdad is a hunter and he's always a survivalist, and he's always like, oh, what happens in an emergency? So he always has everything on him, and he carries one, and obviously he carries a gun. But why would you carry two different types of knives? No, a normal person.
What do you think about him using two different kinds?
What I mean, yeah.
I honestly, I always had the feeling that but I never found anywhere that he probably was a hunter, or he probably knew enough about hunting that he probably had to know a little bit of biology, how to on a lot, because, for your first time, you have to be very well versed how you're going to do it, because obviously you don't want to be doing too many cuts. I'm sorry if I sound a little graphic. So to me, it sounds like this was a thought that he had before, and he said, hey, I'm going to take 2 because this is the manner that I'm going to do. Right. I mean, I always believed that one was the target and the other one was just the tactical. She was just there for the ride. We'll see if that happens. Because I always believed that Libby was the target and Abby was just there.
That's the part that gets. Well, I think that's the part that I try to make sense of in my head, okay? Because typically, a person is going to go after a singular person, but he's following 2 girls, obviously on the bridge. And so in my head, I'm thinking, so if he chose that day because he knew it was, a school day, and he's been going down to the Monan High Bridge Trail, and he's probably like in his warped up head there having this fantasy of doing something. But typically you would choose to do it when you see one person, not like 2 people. So that's what I find hard to understand is.
But it could be that when you see this two individuals, one wasn't a threat. Like, honestly, you see Abby, and Abby doesn't look threatful. I mean, you can pick her up.
Yeah.
And even him that is tiny, he could just pick her up, and, she didn't seem a threat.
Yeah, but still, 2 is harder to control than 1.
Yeah, I get it. So, but I think in his head, he, I think we have to go back to that. Why that day? Why not the next day? So it had to be why that day. Did he know that she was going to be there? Did he stalk her? Did he knew her? I don't even know if we might even know. Well, maybe not. Who knows? Hopefully we will. But I think I always believe it was targeted. I think he knew she was going to be there somewhere, somehow. I don't know if he stalked her. I don't know. I mean, there's so many, in crime, you start looking at coincidences, and there's not one after another without you going, hey, it's just a coincidence. I mean, and it's not just me. She looks a little bit like his daughter.
Yeah.
Well, that is true, but there's nothing that we know of, and nothing that they've said that's attracting
maybe we will never know. We don't know if they came and they developed pictures before, and he came infatuated with her and said, hey, that looks like my daughter.
I think McClellan claims that we will hear the why, but even then it's like, who knows if he told the truth or not.
Yeah, that's something that we might never know. Who knows? But I mean, it will be interesting if we get to see the why. What
gets me, Alexa and Ivy, is that, obviously the wife and the mother and the whole effing family has heard the bridge guy's voice. One would know if that's your husband, if that's the tone, if I heard my husband's voice, right? I think I would know the freaking tone, like my husband's voice. Even let's say there's 10 family members, just minimum 10 family members that have heard this voice. They'd be like, damn, that sounds like my uncle. But you have a wife and a mother, and you're telling me that neither of them, and it could be the possible fact
there was a lot done to the audio.
I think it's also a denial. I think it goes also a part of the denial. But I'm telling you, I am pretty sure, and maybe she won't admit it right now, but I guarantee you, and we'll say it today, and maybe one day in 5 years it will come out true like before. I guarantee you, one day we will hear maybe Kathy Allen saying that she did see red flags, but she didn't know what to do with that emotion, because she's a victim too. A lot of people, go against her, but this is a tale of 2 families that were destroyed by this man. That she is as a victim as Becky is. And I hate to do that because I know that, you know, to put them in that category, but she's also a victim. Because she didn't do this. She didn't know this man did this. It could be a little bit
Yeah,
of
I know.
denial. You know, when you're so in love or when you're so
Yeah.
infatuated, you let so many things pass
Yeah.
that you don't realize. But one day you're going to go look back and you're going to be like, wait a second.
Yeah.
He had these things. Because I guarantee you he had to have red flags. There's no way he didn't have red flags.
Right. And by the way, he had multiple items of knives were taken from his home. Multiple. So he definitely had a ton of knives.
Yeah.
He had a knife. Remember, they were looking for someone with a knife collection.
Mhm.
And he legit had a
So
knife.
many cell
I
phones
would
too.
imagine most men in that area have multiple knives.
Yeah, I mean hunters too.
Oh,
And I mean
hunters,
cell
absolutely.
phones. The other day somebody was like, well, having a lot of cell phones doesn't
He
mean
had-
that you're a killer. Yeah, it's true. I mean, I probably have like 6 cell phones in my drawer that are old. I get it. But you know, like, but there are cell phones that are cell phones and they're burner phones. There's a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There
if
are
you can,
phones that once were used that they were attached to my SIM card, and there are phones that are burn phones. That's the difference.
that's what I was going to say. If there's like record, if all those phones go back to previous phones used on their
Mhm.
lines, like that's different.
Yeah.
Before you go, I have one more question for you real quick. Would you say that the use of 2 different knives would point to him at that point in the crime still being in a state that was like logical and able to keep it together and not in a
Yeah.
frenzy?
Yeah, I think he did it on purpose. It would be interesting to know who. I guarantee you, probably the serrated knife was probably Libby, and the unserrated was
Now
probably.
that you say that, I wonder if using 2 was part of trying to make it look like there was more than one
2
person
people.
involved.
Yeah, that could be 2. That could be part of like maybe saying, hey, it could be like staging. Nobody's because who's gonna use two different?
Yeah.
Right.
Interesting.
But it's also part of. I mean, did he know that he had to unalive 2 people that day, or did he say, I only have 1, and this was just part of his kit?
Right. Well,
So
that's where I get torn, right? Because it's kind of like if say if you're deeming one as collateral damage, which a lot of us have always said that, like that Abby was collateral damage in a sense, but it's like, you know, it's kind of like, why choose 2? Like, meaning if it was an sexual assault thing, I don't know.
because that's all he found, and out of the many that he saw, that was the easiest target. And remember that once I said to you that he probably felt guilty, and that's why she was left in that position.
Well, I know, and that the whole way each of them was treated is just, you know, like it's almost like sorry, Abby, you know, type of thing.
Yeah, I mean, like look at the shock value. One is left, you know, like a doll.
Yeah.
You know, she's not. It's almost like a virginal thing.
Yeah,
like
right.
you know, I hate to use that. I'm sorry. I mean, I apologize using that word. But it's almost like that divinity, that you know, the innocence of Abby, and Libby was left there in such a humiliating manner to be found, like she's nothing.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's where you go and you say, huh, you know, it had to be that was the target, because otherwise, you know, he could have done the easiest target to do. I think it would have been Abby.
It's just so strange that his own daughter looks so similar to Libby.
Then you have to unpack there. There's many things that, you know, I never wanted to go there, but we don't know. But if there's things to unpack there.
Yeah, I know. And this is where, and this, you know, like I said, all these things. So I know you said you got to get going here. Alexa, I was just going to say something and then my brain freaking farted there. Was he interrupted on, what was I just going to say? It just literally, it was there. It was a good question. It's gone. But you have to get going now.
No, I have a few minutes.
Okay, shit. What was I going to go ahead? Go ahead with whatever you guys are going to say then, because it was there, gone. I'm still running on tired fumes myself here. Shit.
I kind of have seen like the similarities between his daughter and Libby, but at the same time, I also have asked myself if this murder hadn't happened and we didn't have that as like a backup thing in our brain, and we compared them, would we say they looked similar, or is it just the blonde hair and the fact that there's that picture of her on the bridge?
Or it could have been that you picked somebody that it reminds you of somebody. Could be.
I'm really curious.
It's almost like, when that saying that like friends or even your dog starts to look like you, or, even in mating, when you mate, there's this whole theory that you look somebody that,
I'm
reminds
curious
you
about their relationship.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious about the daughter.
It could be that it wasn't intentional. It could be something that was unintentional.
Yeah.
But she happens to look like Libby. I mean, like his daughter. Sorry, Libby happens to look like his daughter. Not intentionally. I always thought that there's something intentional there. I never wanted to go there. Maybe one day I will go there.
I know.
There must not be evidence that connects. What am I trying to say? There must not be evidence that shows how Richard Allen picked them, since the prosecution seems to be going on just like a random crime.
Yeah.
Which
an actual assault random crime.
I mean, I guess you could stalk somebody, old school, quote unquote, just like around town, but you would think that there'd be some sort of like breadcrumb trail that you left at some point.
And if like this whole murder things like of Abby and Libby, it seems very pre-planned. Like this fantasy that he was having or whatever would be pre-planned, and yet they're saying that there's like nothing on the computers, like nothing, because you know what I mean, like to say to yourself, usually you kind of have a little list, like make it look like 2 people did it, or a couple.
I mean, is he going to be like a Rex Huerman, that he has like a manifesto of how to unalive people? No. But I do think that if you're probably going to find an obsession or to porn. I think you will find that. And I'm sure that's going to come out.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that too, because an obsession.
And some type of phileas, I think it has to.
Because
you can't have a clean-cut man like that and just one day say, hey, I'm just going to go and screw my life over. Right. That I worked for so many years with my sweetheart, my daughter, and I'm just going to go and unalive, a child.
Oh, I was going to say the confessions, Alexa. So my thing is this: they've said that there's like over 61 confessions, recorded ones, third-party ones, whatever, ones that were said to this person, that person, and that person. Now, obviously, those confessions didn't all happen in one day. Do you think, Alexa, that at the start, where usually the truth is being said, when Richard Allen was first placed underneath arrest and talking to his wife and his mother, and confessing to the crimes, and then, as attorneys are kind of hired and was like, that
don't say things, and then psychosis probably kicked in, I think probably like the beginning ones are probably the ones with more value, right?
Well, because remember, they were trying to have those thrown out, and obviously to try to negate those, do you think perhaps some weird confessions were thrown in there, like, I killed my whole family too?
And he probably had to have something that, detail. And that's why when a lot of people criticize Ali, and they said, why are they not putting so many, why are not being transparent with the crime scene and everything? This is exactly why. Because there are details that only the person who unalives knows, that nobody's going to know.
Do you think that's going to come out? Because that's what
we've been told. I guarantee you that has to come out, because that's how they know it was him. And I think in one of the statements, they said that they knew that he knew details that nobody else knew.
Do you think if there is that's going to be probably the most important part of the case?
I think it's going to be one of them. And, I mean, can I be honest with you? Are there false confessions? Yes. And sometimes, you know, especially in interviews, you know, the cops can be they have ways of intimidating. And sometimes people are tired, they are exhausted, they are taken advantage of, that they're just like, you know what, I did it. Let's just get it over with. But they won't know details, you know,
Right.
And we've seen that there's a couple confessions that they happen and they have said it 5-6 times. But every time you say a confession, you know, you have to look for things that you said before that have to be consistent.
Right.
And usually when somebody's lying, there's not going to be a consistency because it's going to be like an addition, and that's how you catch that. Or you use words that you don't know. You know, it's almost like if I ask you, can you describe my house?
Mm-hmm.
You can't, because you've never been to my house. You've seen, you know, where I stand or where I sit, and you can say, hey, you know, you have that pale wall that I hate, blah, blah, blah. But if you describe your house, you can go, hey, I have this, I have that, you know what I mean? So that's going to be, I think the biggest, I wonder, are they going to be allowed to hear the confessions? Because I know there was a fight that's saying yes, no. I don't know at the end. Are they going to be allowed to hear them?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think that's going to be interesting to hear the beginning of those confessions. I think that's and also his psyche. Like, how does he sound when he's talking to his wife? Does he recognize him? Is he sound? Does he know where he is?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I think those are going to be very interesting. I think towards the end, do I believe that he had a psychosis? I do believe, because I do believe that he's a man that has some psychological problems.
Yeah.
Not from this, from before.
Yeah.
This was just the nail in the coffin.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And they will come out. I hope everything will come out. Should come out. I know the HIPAA and everything, but it should come out.
I was going to say, and I think it really boils down to, you know, prove the fact that he was on the trail at this time, that, you know, that he said he was there at this time, that they'll have that evidence to say back it up, you know, and basically go from point A to Z there, with showing that, you know, that the bullet was was found at the crime scene. From that, you know, only things that the killer would know, would confess to this, that they would know. So I think it's one of those things that the prosecution just basically has this from A to Z.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we can show that Richard Allen was on the bridge at this time. He wasn't looking at dang fishies and stuff like that. And that, you know, that we can tie him to whichever else, like you said, clothing, that's the bridge guy in that video, to taking them across and then having the bullet there. But it's going to boil down to, like, so let me ask you this. Like, I've always been wondering about, this, anything that was taken from his house and dug up, you know, because we know that there's an undergarment that was missing and a sock that was missing from the crime scene. But yet we haven't heard anything about that at his home was found those items or anything like that. Do you think that that's still a possibility?
I always believe, you know, especially if it was a sexual motivated thing, I always believe that he had to take a trophy. He had to.
Right. But do you think
now
that
whether when he saw the video, was he smart enough to say, hey, the video, I'm getting rid of it? Who knows? But I would say that there has to be something. But who knows? Because I think that video, I think that's the biggest thing in that case is that, you know, when you see because obviously he recognizes himself and say, oh, wait a second, there's a video of me. And he was probably, I'm sorry to be vulgar, but he was probably shooting bricks at that point and saying, hey, they're going to come after me.
Absolutely.
And maybe he got rid of things. But I think there might be something that ties him. Because, I mean, they always, especially with sexually, you know, even though I believe this is his first time. I don't think he was a previous offender. I think this was his first time. But even though that this was his first time, they need objects to relieve that experience.
Yeah.
You know. You know,
Well,
especially if it's, you know, something that to perform. So he would need that item.
don't you? Go ahead. Sorry.
No. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I'll be curious and say, Ivy, what about you? You know, the lady that was it the one that was walking the dog that's going to testify that saw the person, the BG or whatever.
Did Betsy Blair? Did she have her dog with her? That does kind of sound familiar, actually.
I was going to. Well, it's more the fact of right. So you know the lady that saw the BG, whoever that was. I don't think it was Betsy Blair though at that point. Like Betsy Blair saw him 50 feet from the first rung or whatever it was. But I'm talking about. I thought it was like the lady that Greeno said like had the dog or whatever it was with that. But meaning, Julie Melvin alluded to, and I can't think of the neighbor that had saw the person enough to say I think the eye color and that too or whatever. But anyways, the person said that I think that the BG had multiple things on him. Like, do you know like how I've always said like he had headphones on because there's these big ass circular ass shit that to me is like
I don't really know who you're talking about.
I can't think of the person's name. Do you guys know who I'm talking about?
Dog walking lady was a lie.
Well, the thing is that there was, because I'm just trying to remember exactly, because they said that lady's going to be testifying, and it wasn't.
Where did she say that?
Pardon?
Okay, hold on a second. Are you guys gonna stay long or are you guys leaving?
Yeah, go ahead, Alexa. If you can come back later, and
yeah, if I can come back, I'll come back. I just have to go drop them off. Okay.
Yeah.
If not, I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, guys. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, it's not Betsy. It's not Betsy.
Where was it that this person saw him at?
Was it on the bridge or on the path? I think it was on the path.
Betsy Blair is the only person who saw him on the trail.
No, it's not that. No, it's not that though. It's Julie Melvin had talked about her. And I can't.
Are we talking about like facts or are we talking about a hypothetical lady?
No, that Julie Melvin had spoke to the lady. It was one of the, I think, was it the neighbor? Are you talking about
Kay or Liebert? Teresa Liebert?
Probably. I think I'm talking about that, Teresa Liebert.
She's the one who supposedly saw the guy who was dark, whether that means skin or energy.
Right. I just, I can't, because it was like many, many months ago. I just remember Julie Melvin making the comment that people will be shocked to know how much, what the BG, had on him. And I was like, well, I'm not shocked because you could already see that he had.
I think she's full of shit.
But I was going to say, so whoever that person is, which I think is the one that you're speaking of, I'll just be curious to hear that testimony about if she saw the BG and then the BG had these items, knowing full well that there were items on him, like his puffy jacket and, but there's something really strange on that one arm, and I'm not sure if it's a manipulation of the jacket with wrinkles, because it really looks like that there's something on that jacket, but it comes off as if like somebody, when they have, I don't know, but it could just be a manipulation to the eyes, and it could just be the ripples.
Also said she talked to an ISP officer about the bullet in the very beginning, and he told her that they tested it and decided that it was police, like came from one of the policemen there. But we learned today that that bullet wasn't tested against any police bullets or guns or anything. So I take what she says with a grain of salt.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I take everything, to be honest, with a grain of salt.
Bridge guy had forceps because he was going to give Libby an abortion. So there's that too.
I never heard that.
Oh, she said crazy. The stuff she said in the beginning was some of the most disgusting things I have ever heard.
Okay, and I was gonna say, because most of my stuff is like after 2000, like 2020 onwards. Whereas I know that for the people that have been following the case since the beginning of time, Kelly and Julie, have definitely been spectacles within the case for sure.
Yeah.
And again, you know what?
You definitely weren't talking about Carbaugh, though, right? Deb's talking about her.
Deb said Carbaugh. No,
she was Carbaugh? Carbaugh's the one, the muddy and bloody lady.
Oh, that was Carbaugh.
Yes.
Okay, so wait, Betsy Blair was the one that was walking by on the path, and the girl seen her, and she was the one that saw the BG guy or whatever on the first rung of about 50 feet away from the bridge.
Yes.
Right. And so Carbaugh is the one that said muddy and bloody.
Yes.
Okay. I get it all twisted in my head with all those ones, to be honest with you. It always.
Betsy Blair was the one who did the young guy sketch.
The young guy sketch, yeah. Who was the one that said that their sketch that they didn't look what they had said? Like, it's like they did the set or said what the BG looked like.
It may have been the teenage girl. I don't know. The sketches confuse me because they're not all separate. I'm just not sure how they're all connected.
Okay. Mm-hmm. I was gonna say, what do you think about that, Ivy? What do you think about that? She didn't allow the sketches that they're going to be suppressed. What do you think about that, actually? I honestly, yeah, go ahead.
What was your opinion?
Well, my opinion was I was actually amazed. I thought that they would be allowed in because, I mean, those two sketches have been what was supposedly done up by the witnesses and stuff like that. So if those can't match, Richard Allen, and it's like, meaning at the end of the day, I would still think it would have been allowed in. Right. Mm-hmm. Because that's what the whole case has been around, was these two sketches. And honestly, just like myself, when I first saw this case and I started looking at it and reading about it, I myself was like, what the actual fuck? Like, how do you go? So I was convinced when I heard the audio that this person was not that young guy sketch, right? That there's no way this voice sounds like somebody in their 40s, 50s, like, early 50s, kind of 40s area there, that there's no way that this is a young person sketch. And now I'm looking at this young person sketch. I'm like, what the actual fuck? These people have no idea who the hell did anything. How do you go from this sketch that's of somebody of 45, 50 area to a freaking 20-year-old looking sketch? You've literally removed everything, the hat, the gruff, everything. And then you have what looks like whatever. So, and you could tell that the ISP was, they said like, that he might look younger than what he actually is. But come on now. That sketch wasn't nothing short of what adolescent teen, an adolescent would have been like in their early 20s. By anyone looking at that sketch would have said, yeah, probably. What would you have said in all honesty, looking at the young sketch?
With no other information?
Yeah, if you were just to look at that picture instantly, what would your age range be?
Maybe like 25.
Right, 20 to 25, right? Somewhere in that area. Mm-hmm. Versus the 45-year-old looking thing from the first sketch that they dropped, even though that was the second sketch, blah, 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 blah. And, and so it's just all of that stuff, let alone, so who was it? Someone like Shank, the person working for Holman, came across, I think Tom Webster said, came across, the, Richard Allen's, file or whatever. And it's just like I said, all of these things from start to finish. I mean, to me, it's almost like, unless to me the prosecution can literally have that kind of like clear cut evidence that they, even if they don't have DNA, but that they can take from A to Z and literally show the jury that he was here at this time. We can prove it. He took, he's the one that's in that video. His bullet is found here. He confessed, to this. Like, to me, that all has to be very strong in order for this not to be.
If you think about it, they've got, I think, four things is what I've decided. They've got the timeline, they've got the bullet, the confessions, and what's the fourth one? Timeline, bullet, confessions. There's another one, I think. Oh, the phone stuff.
Yeah.
Those are like the four. Really, there's no other evidence besides those major things. And if you go like one by one, I was trying to think about like one by one, will the defense be able to make the jury have reasonable doubt? Right. I think the prosecution can argue against the card thing. So I think the timeline would be fine. The bullet may have some problems, and maybe that's just my own bias because I think the bullet has problems. The phone, I think, is a toss-up. I think the phone, I have argued that the girls were killed there that night and never moved again. I've like yelled that from the rooftops, and I still believe that.
Say that again, Ivy.
I think the girls were killed at before 3:30.
Right.
And were never moved until they were found.
Moved a little bit.
Well, yeah, but I mean, like out of the area.
But no, right. I don't think that's like, I mean, right.
But I do think that the defense might be able to sway one jury member to believe that maybe they were, even though I'm confident they weren't.
Right. Well, that's just it. That, to me, the prosecution, like I said, better have their effing ducks in a row when it comes, because like I said, there's not going to be DNA of Richard Allen. So it's all going to be based on, timing and proving that he's the only person that was there that would have done it, is gun. Because darn well that they're going to show like the defense, like they're basically, is from what I'm reading here, is that they're going to show the bullet of Richard Allen's, and then this bullet that's going to show like, look, these lines aren't matching up, so there's no way that this could have been Richard Allen's, so I would hope to think that, like I said, when on the markings, because it's all about the markings, right? Mm-hmm. And those markings have to match up out of his gun to the bullet, to show that. But it sounds like the defense is like, has this picture of a bullet, but the markings aren't going to match up, concluding that, hey, this could be anybody's bullet.
And if it's true that Weber's gun they weren't able to exclude Weber's gun from that bullet, to me, that like throws the whole thing out. How can you say for a fact, or as close as you can get to being a fact without being a fact, that you have matched this gun to this bullet when you can't exclude another gun from a bullet? That doesn't make any sense to me.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't really need the bullet to make a conviction.
And, I mean, the drone thing will come into play if the drone was actually flying over that particular area.
I don't think we'll hear about the drone.
Pardon?
I don't think we'll hear anything about the drone.
Yeah, I'm curious about that, though. Like, I mean, by the defense, we would.
They've already made a couple of arguments.
Yeah.
But the chief the fire, not fire, is it fire chief? Is that what you call them?
Yeah.
Starts with an S, his last name. He said that that area was searched, supposedly. And another, which I think this next thing is a pretty good argument. They said that the searchers that night were worried they may have fell in the water. So they were looking in the water. But so if so, why didn't they see the clothes? And I think that's a decent argument.
It's a decent argument unless it can be shown that they weren't kind of in that particular area.
That's what I think happened.
Because
yeah,
because like Mike, Patty, and that, you know how they stayed past, and they were looking more the other way.
That's what I think.
Yes, that they were looking more the other way. So it seems like I think more the focus was maybe around the bridge to a certain point, but not quite as far down as Ron Logan's land there in that particular area.
I think they were going more towards town.
Yes, they were. And that's the thing. And so I think that this will be one of those things where that truly there wasn't any searchers actually searching that particular area. Hence why the clothes weren't seen, because they were, and I think that that's going to be kind of, shown that, but like I said, because we've always been wondering about that. And to me, it was always like, well, that's because they talked about that they were heading towards in town versus Ron Logan's way.
I believe I heard that I don't know if it was in opening statements or when it was, but I believe I heard that they talked about searchers being basically across the creek from where the bodies were, searching the night of the 13th.
Right.
So if they end up having somebody testify to that, then I can see how, as a juror, that could be weird.
Well, again, the thing is that, to be able to see Abby and Libby from that point, right?
Yeah.
I'm
even arguing that it's true. I'm just saying, like, from a juror's point of view.
Absolutely. And that's why to me, like, the prosecution literally has to, beyond a shadow of a doubt, show that with all of this, Richard Allen is the only person that would have been there, with that. But so it's kind of like the defense can try to knock down so many things. And there's so many things we know with this case that have been fudged up, fucked up, from interviews, to the sticks being left there, just to the hair thing and that, to show this incompetence and that. But I think it still boils down to, if the prosecution's case has a strong case that literally, beyond that shadow of a doubt, then the chances are good for a guilty verdict. If it's anything less than top par frickin' the evidence, you're gonna not have a guilty verdict. You're gonna have someone, a person in there or so, that's gonna be like, no, you know what, I can't willingly send somebody to prison when there's just too much, things that don't make sense that happened, So like I said, I just want there to be like something that was found at Richard Allen's house or something that literally is like, oof.
I feel like they would have said it by now.
I know, that's just it, right?
I haven't watched that many trials, like, all the way through. I don't think I've watched any trial from, like, beginning to end.
You think that in the opening statements that they would have said, like that the prosecution would have said, we have clear-cut evidence to prove that the missing items from, the crime scene was found at Richard Allen's house, and we are going to be able to show you that, but we haven't heard shit. So that honestly tells me that it's because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And I would have almost bet money at, like, say 6 or 8 months ago, I almost would have bet money that something would have been found either at his house or in his car.
Or on his computers somewhere, something. Well, whether it's, something that he Google searched or this searched. Like, there has to be something. But I mean,
here's a question I have.
That phone doesn't exist anywhere because it's been. Go ahead.
Think about the prosecution's theory that he was going to essay them, and he got interrupted and they ran. And maybe I'm just not thinking like a criminal, but it seems, when I think about that, it seems odd to me that in a small town like that, you would be willing to essay somebody with your face uncovered and then let them go in a town of 3,000 people where they're likely to see you again.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Not that that matters for his like
No,
guilt or anything.
but yeah, you know. So do you believe that there's his regular phone that he had, you know? No, yeah. But I mean, at the end of the day, does that phone exist in the evidence? The phone showing that he was looking at fucking stock ticker?
It
Right? If he's looking
should.
at stock ticker, right? Or do they not actually have like that? So that's what I'm curious about, because you know, I don't think that Richard Allen is this dumbass, meaning I think that he probably did have a burner phone. If he is the one that was at the bridge, which I believe he was. But anyways, you know, so if he was Google searching shit, right? Because almost every fucking idiot, you know, and most of these crimes, they get burnt by digital DNA or by digital forensics or whatever you want to call it, through their phone, through their computer, because they're doing these dumbass searches about how to do this, how to do that, how to do this, you know. And to me, that you know, like, he's not, to me, one of these people that is excluded from that, because most people are caught for that exact reason, right? Because you're looking up shit, and you know, like how to commit the best crime, how to do
That's
you know?
how they got on Kagan Klein a little bit. Remember, he had some Google searches that were weird.
Say that again.
Kagan Klein, he had those Google searches like, how long does DNA last on a body, and Delphi murders, and
right. So it's kind of one of those things. Do you think that possible, like, that he had a burner phone is which he used to do his shit on, and then he had his legit phone, you know, that was just looking at my stock ticker time, looking at fishies, you know, type of thing, and then but also had that burner phone with him that was used more for anything that he needed to look up or search or and that phone probably doesn't exist anywhere in the evidence.
I would hope, which, I mean, after what we've seen, it's, you know, I guess not a long shot that they didn't do it, but I would hope that they would go through his phone, not his phone, I'm sorry, his home Wi-Fi, and see what devices were connected to it, because likely nobody's going to think about connecting to their own Wi-Fi.
Right.
And then they can have a list of devices, and then if he did have a burner, then there would be a device not accounted for.
Yeah. You know, this case is just a mind fuck. We all know that. And I am just looking forward to really hearing what the evidence. Do you think that there's going to be any jaw-dropping moments from prosecution, or not so much the defense as more, you know, like the defense, they got their whole, you know, A to B, and we can disbelieve this and that and stuff like that. But do you think that the prosecution will have any things where we go, oh, what the fuck?
The only jaw-dropping thing I think that could possibly come out is exactly what he said in the confessions.
Right. Me too. Mm-hmm.
But I don't think there's any major evidence that we are going to be like, oh my gosh, I didn't know that was going to be a thing. I think they would have said it, at least glossed over, or gave a general, like, rundown of the evidence they had in opening statements.
Right. You know what? I agree. Like, I've been sitting in the back of my head hoping for this this miracle evidence that they found at his home during the search, that's gonna, like, absolutely tie him to the crime scene. But I just don't think that that's there. I think it's just going to be a matter of the bullet, the confessions. Absolutely, to me, absolutely, yeah, Ben. Absolutely, to me, like, the confessions to me are. I'm just looking forward to hearing those confessions, knowing that full well it's going to be a mixture of, you know, ones that are probably false confessions, you know, whatever. But you, like, at the start when those confessions are said to the wife and whatever, come on now, like that whole thing of, well, I'll just confess so that my family doesn't have to suffer. Really, they're going to probably suffer more when you confess. Like, give me a break on that. Like, that was just like weird to even.
All I want is there to be a confession that includes information that only the killer would know prior, while he's not in psychosis,
right,
and at a point that he has not seen evidence of that detail somewhere else.
Right, exactly.
And surely they can do that.
And right, and you know, like that's the hope there. And so, do you feel like, because McClelland, you know, according to that article there, you know, McClelland says basically that, you know, he basically will prove that he know, like from the confessions, that he knows things only the killer would know, you know. So
you know how I am. I'm always like, assuming that's true, this is what I believe, but I don't take anybody at face value. Like, show me the confessions.
right, I know. You know, I just want to, like, for me personally, like I said, like right now, I feel like Richard Allen is the right guy, you know, and it's kind of like in my head, it's like, so let me hear what the defense has to try to show, you know, and if I think that it's a bunch of malarkey, that they're just obviously, like any defense team, you know, trying to get their client off. You know, this is what always is strange to me, is that, let's say that there's pretty clear-cut evidence to show, like, hey, Richard Allen was there and blah, blah, blah. You know, I could not ethically be a defense lawyer and know full well that the client is just full of shit, but we got to get him off type of thing, because that's our job and that's what we do. You know, I don't honestly believe, like, unless they can show me something that literally, that Richard Allen totally is the wrong person, you know, convincingly, kind of like the prosecution has to show that he is the right person. You know, they would have to blow me away with something to show me that Richard Allen isn't the guy.
Yeah.
I mean, there still is that chance, but based on what we've, you know, I guess it's like anything, right? You just take what's given to you for the case, and then you have your opinion about it. And it's like today, for instance, you know, for the first time, I'm like, oh shit, this might be an uphill battle for the prosecution, unless they have that strong supporting evidence that each of those jurors is going to say, you know what? No, sorry, dude, you were there, you did it, you know, because that's what he needs, right? Other than that,
it's going to be on confessions.
I
think that's what it's going to rely on.
I think so too. I honestly believe that that's probably going to be one of the most important parts, you know, like, meaning the stuff showing him there and the bullet and all that stuff, you know, is kind of like, you know, like the dinner in a sense. And then the confessions is like the dessert to me, like that cherry that will be on top. Should we be able to know that he said something about the crime scene of something that, in fact, that nobody would have known, like us, we wouldn't have known, that only the killer would have known. Because then to me, that's like, dude, you're toast. If there's something like that, you're toast, dude. Unless you have an idiot on the jury, you know, if they have that.
The biggest downfall, I think, for downfall is not the right word. The thing that I think that could convince somebody in the jury that there was not probable cause, my brain stopped working, that there was, what am I thinking of?
Say that again.
Reasonable doubt. There we go. I think that out of all the stuff that the prosecution has, the thing out of the defense's argument that could potentially convince a jury member that there was reasonable doubt is the timeline not being what the prosecution said it is. And I hate to say that, because that is one of those things that just has driven me nuts for years.
The timeline?
The fact that people say that they were taken somewhere else. I can't stand when people say that. It makes me so mad. But I think that's where they could possibly make one of the juror people think that there was reasonable doubt.
Well, like I said, you know, to me, unless they have that bomb confession that says that where literally only the killer would know certain information, that would have to be strong. So to me, that would overrule, hopefully, any person that would question that part of it about the girls not being there. Would be something that's in the confession that seals that deal, that, dude, you did it. Like, no one else could have known this. You've done it. Like, they need that. To me, they need that solid piece like that where the jury member, like, you know what I mean? Like, I know we're going to hear different confessions because we obviously know that he didn't take out his family. We know that, you know, he didn't take out these children or grab whatever it was and stuff like that. But again, I think in my head, I'm just going back to, okay, when he first confessed, where is this information? Like, does that tie into this part of it? Because there's 61 in different points. So, you know, are there going to be 2, 3, 4 confessions that are really strong? Is some of them like later at a point in time where it's like, yeah, okay.
Like a lot of them were between March, what would that be? March of 2023 to July of 2023.
Yeah, March, April, May, June, July. Right. Okay. You know, so, and I guess the jury, you know, like I said, it will be interesting to hear them all. And then, you know, having the opinion about it then, because it's,
here's another thing that one of those things that like makes sense in real life, but I can see the defense twisting it is I'm pretty sure that the time of death on the death certificates is 4 p.m., which we know that time of death isn't precise. So like if they're within, you know, an hour or two, either way, that's still pretty good, right?
Yeah, I think it was 3:30 actually. Wasn't it 3:30? Ivy, it was 3:30 that was said. Like in the Dave Erskine text, it was 3:30.
3:30, but I think the actual death certificate says 4.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say it says 4.
Okay, let's say it says.
So the defense says, okay, well, this time of death says 4, but the prosecution is telling you that Sarah Carbaugh saw Richard Allen walking down the road at 3:57 back to his car.
Right.
And it's like, logically, we know that that's just because the time of death is not precise.
Right, exactly.
But worded like that, that makes it sound impossible.
Right. I get what you're saying, for sure. But that's just it. I'm not sure what the actual death certificate says. I don't recall like that we've ever known that actual answer. Like, so where are you getting the 4 versus the 3:30?
I think those ancestry death certificates are real. I am confident in that. And I know that I don't expect other people to take my word on it, but those say 4.
Well, you know, hopefully that will come to fruition for us all, you know, about that.
Yeah.
About the actual time there. I'm sure we'll hear about that.
And hopefully they actually took like the temperatures and whatever other little things they take to determine time of death and didn't just go off the phone. That would be crazy.
Right. Well, yeah. Yeah. You know, so like it's just, you know, I'm so glad regardless. I'm so glad we're at the point of this trial. In my head, I honestly, if it's one of, like I said earlier, Ivy, if it's one of these cases, like earlier live, if it's one of those cases where it's like a fucking OJ Simpson shit, the family is going to be absolutely devastated, you know, like devastated that all these years. And then let's say that, you know, like there was enough things to show that, yes, this was him, but because you created reasonable doubt in at least one juror, you know, I just feel so horrific for the family if it turns out like that, to be honest with you. My hopes and dreams will be that prosecution has what it takes to prove this case, you know, appeal it, whatever, but that the verdict comes back as guilty, prosecution proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The family has a piece of closure that's not closure, but a piece for them to move on, in a sense, going, you know, finally, because I know that there's probably definitely stuff that they're going to hear that they haven't heard, you know, necessarily.
Yeah, definitely.
You know, and my heart just breaks for the like thinking about that part, like what if, you know, because definitely it's what if. So I'm just so forward to looking to hear these confessions, to see, I don't know, just everything, you know.
Here's another thing that we haven't thought about as much. They still have those what is it called? The felony murder, where they only have to prove that he was the guy who kidnapped him, which I think is why the defense is making that argument that, oh, well, you can't see the guy on the bridge in the video's lips moving when we hear down the hill. They're trying to separate those.
Yeah.
So they don't have to technically prove that they murdered him, which I don't really like that, but
right, just more contributed to the factor of it. And that's what I was thinking earlier today too about that, right? They only have to prove that he was a contributing factor to their deaths. So, you know, so can they? And that will come down to me the confessions, to be honest with you. Like that will be like the icing on the cake.
I heard some interesting jury instructions today. I wish I would have taken notes on them to remember them all, but it was, they told them that for witnesses that they had to give witnesses the benefit of the doubt. And if there was, like, let's say that it could be a toss up if they were telling the truth or not, that they should assume the witnesses are telling the truth, that they should assume the innocence of the defendant.
Yeah.
And another weird thing about Indiana specifically is, what did they say? They said, if you believe that there is reasonable doubt, you must vote to acquit them. But if you believe that it is beyond a reasonable doubt that they're guilty, you may vote that they're guilty. You don't have to.
Right.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
So even if they think they're guilty, the law says you still don't have to vote for them to be guilty.
Right.
You can choose.
Yeah.
Which I doubt anybody would do that, but
yeah,
it's just weird.
You know, sometimes it's just so hard, like when it comes to like the court system, because, you know, a lot of information gets suppressed in cases, stuff that if the jury say could have changed their mind. But so this whole process that goes on, you know, with cases and stuff like that, it's one of those things is that you want to always believe that the due process and how it works is, you know, going to rightfully convict someone or let them off if there's whatever to prove it. But because cases and that, like I said, have so much suppression of evidence and stuff like that, you know, for this or that, this constitute whatever. You know, it's one of those things that I just don't simply trust the judicial system. I don't.
No, nobody should.
Know? And it's so, I mean,
that's why defense attorneys and what they, even though it seems slimy, that's why what they do is so necessary.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, exactly. You know, so, yeah.
I don't know. You may have been saying that from a different perspective than I was.
No. Yeah, no, I simply just don't trust in because so many people, there's people that are wrongly convicted or people that should be like, what I couldn't think of her name. I know who's that. What was that one? Alicia. What's that one stepmom or whatever it was that got off that she should have been, what's her name?
I don't know.
You would know the name if I said the case, like you would know it. I can't think of it. The one that you guys, it's just bugging me. Anyways, bottom line is she should be in prison. And she got found not guilty. And it was like no one could believe that she like literally got off. Kind of like the OJ thing, really. And you're just like I said, it's just like, so, you know damn well she did it. and yet she got off. And so many people were just so pissed off about that. Casey Anthony.
Oh yeah, I thought that was like such an obvious person that of course you would remember her name.
You know what? It just came to me now. I can't believe it came out of my mouth because it's like I remember the name. I didn't follow the case. Like
I wonder I wonder if the jurors ever said like what it was that made them vote that way.
Right.
Because I try to remember, like the jurors are the ones who got to see all of the evidence presented to them, and they only go off of that. And we have all this other stuff in our heads, you know, making our opinions different. But I don't know. I try to give them the benefit of the doubt. Did you hear about?
Nobody.
Oh, what is his name? So on the prosecution for Delphi, there's McClellan, there's Diener, and then there's that other guy.
I know what you're gonna say. Okay.
What's his name?
Lee.
I can't think of his name. But did you hear about the case?
Yeah.
With the doctor.
Yeah. Was it starting with an L? Didn't it?
Yes.
Like Lee.
It's like on the tip of my tongue.
What's his name?
Luttrell.
Yeah. I was listening to that about that on.
Sounds like he's screwed.
Yeah. What was it actually like? I listened to a good portion of it, and then, but there was something. So I was listening to it, but then I got sidetracked with whatever. Can't remember now. But so, what was the gist of that? That it was like, what was it? False information or like
there was a doctor in a private like family practice, and he was prescribing some of his patients pain medication. Then the U.S. had like a big crackdown, and they went overboard for a little bit, in my opinion. And they were prosecuting some doctors. Some doctors were like pill and mill type doctors, and some weren't. They went after him. They seized all of his money and assets, everything, and they shut down his clinic. And they went through this whole process. He had to I think they foreclosed on his house. Like he lost everything, including his license to practice. Yeah. And then I can't remember if he was acquitted or they just dropped the case. So then he sued Luttrell, who was a prosecutor in the case, and then also the feds who were involved. And the judge found that there was none of the stuff that they claimed in their probable cause was real or true. Yeah. It was made up, and they all testified, and they ruined this man's life.
Yeah. Wow. And that shit happens.
Yeah. And it's to prove that they did that. And not only to prove they did it, but also, I forget the exact, like the official terms, but basically when you work for the government, you are protected somewhat as long as you're doing your job, like you're within the bounds of your job, then you're protected from being sued civilly, personally. But they were so out of bounds that the judge found that he doesn't get that protection because he was so like far out of what he was supposed to be doing. And that is hard to prove. That doesn't happen very often.
Yeah. So, and because, but no, hold on. Am I wrong? Wasn't Luttrell, correct me if I'm wrong here because I'm having a brain fart, but wasn't he one of the two that were supposed to take over no, he's with the prosecution?
Yeah.
Okay. I for some reason I had the name Luttrell. Like, you remember the two defense guys that came in, and then they were, I
can't think of their names.
Yeah, and for some reason I thought one of them was Luttrell, like that last name, and that's why I was like, wait, what?
No, Luttrell's with the prosecution, and I want to add to everything that was just said, though. I don't think that matters in Delphi outside of like in general, people can lie type of thing. But he didn't come on to the prosecution team until very late. So it's not like he was involved in the charging or investigation.
Liberato, that was it.
Liberato, yeah.
They just had the same ring in my ear. But yeah, correct, right? But still, I mean, it's so funny always what comes out of the woodwork sometimes, isn't it?
I think that decision just happened like fairly recently, like within the last month or two or something.
Yeah.
But I bet it sounds like he might lose his law license, and he's screwed.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Like I said, you do the crime, you do the time.
Yeah.
And I feel sorry for nobody that, like, meaning include anyone, really. It's like anyone that puts himself in that position, you know, and stuff like that, and then don't start fucking whining about it if you're, you know, crossing your ethics or whatever and lying or whatever, and you get caught for it, you know, and you think you won't and stuff like that, you know. And it's just kind of one of those things, again, if you put yourself in that
Can you
position,
imagine like going to school to be a doctor and doing all the things, and then you start to practice, and then somebody just comes in and takes everything from you?
Yeah. You know, all based on a bunch of lies, eh?
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's when you feel like the world is fucked up.
Yeah.
You know, because you would think that, well, I mean, at the end of the day, so obviously it came to fruition after they fucking took his life away, basically, that it was that it was a bunch of, say, bullshit on there, you know, damage has been done. But it's like, imagine having to live through that, right? Like,
yeah,
knowing that it's a bunch of lies,
all your money, your home,
everything,
your, I'm sure, vehicles. Not only that, though, then your professional, like what people think of you and the type of person you are. And I cannot imagine.
Yeah. So, right. And so just recently, the actual decision.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. At the end of the day.
Oh, I also heard, sorry, I interrupted you.
No,
it sounds like, what was her name? Walla, the psychologist?
Yeah, Walla.
Like she got fired from the prison, or not the prison, from the company that the prison was getting their mental health services from, for her wrongdoings related to Richard Allen.
Say that again?
I forget exactly what she did with Richard Allen.
Oh, okay.
But she like overstepped ethical bounds, and that came up in that like 3-day hearing.
Okay.
And apparently it sounds like since then she's been fired from that company, probably for that.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah.
And so, but she's going to be testifying.
Yeah, because I saw it in she lives in another state or something, or maybe the company she worked for was in another state. There's something having to do with being out of state that the defense put a motion in for.
1 second there. Yes, 1 man can kill you when 2 teen girls by themselves. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, hey. I'm not sure if you wanted to go back to reading this thing here.
Oh, was there more?
Yeah, well, you did what was the last one you did? Was it 134? Hold on. Was it 234 was the last one? Wait, I did a lot. Well, it's because we started backwards, right? We started the wrong way.
Yeah, and then we went down to the bottom. I think the last one I did was Kelsey.
Well, you know what? Let's go to chat there. You know, on like for chat, like chat. Any questions? Any thoughts? To pull up here, like honestly, it's one of those things. At this moment, I'm a little worried for the case, but hoping that if Richard Allen is the guy, that the prosecution has just that solid evidence, you know. I don't know. Is there any other thoughts, Ivy, about anything? And my brain's tired.
I feel like I've had a lot of thoughts, but not any of the more that are coming to mind.
Let me just take a look here for a second. Derek then went towards the water. Okay, then when Kelsey came up, Frankfurt, Derek said Libby called him when he was about halfway.
Travis is asking what we think about the juror questions. What questions did they ask? Was that the one where they asked about just like more about the area? And do you know specifically what they asked about?
The juror questions today?
Yeah, I guess there was like some of the members of the jury asked questions in the middle of testimony.
Oh, I'm not sure what those were.
I think it was about the area.
Is that on this particular thing?
I don't think it was on there. I wish I knew exactly what they were talking about. To me, it's a good sign that there's questions being asked at all. It means that they're engaged and listening and thinking about it and wanting to make sure they understand it correctly.
She's read the jury instructions. Yeah. Well, you know what? What I want to do is I want to play this couple of these ones that came out in the afternoon. I want to play this one. Let's listen to what they got to say here.
From opening statements to the prosecution's first witness taking the stand, we have team coverage inside and outside the courtroom.
And we actually start this afternoon with Anne-Marie Tiernan. She is live in Delphi. Anne-Marie, can you fill us in on what you've learned?
Well, good afternoon to both of you. We are live outside the Carroll County Courthouse. We are in downtown Delphi, and this is a day that many people thought would never come. So many delays to get to this point, but finally underway today, the trial with opening statements. Bob Siegel was in the courtroom as family members from the victims testified today. Here's his report.
The jury is going to have a lot to consider. That is extremely clear after just a few hours here into day one of this trial. Here is what's happened so far. The judge started out by giving the jury its instructions. Then we heard opening statements from the prosecutor and defense, and now we're on to witnesses as the state goes first in presenting its case. During opening statements, prosecutor Nick McLeland told the jury they're going to see gruesome photos of the crime scene where the girls' bodies were found. They'll hear from witnesses who will place Richard Allen at the crime scene, and they'll hear Richard Allen's confessions about the murders, confessions that the prosecutor says only the killer would know. He told the jury the last face the girls saw before their throats were slit was Richard Allen's face. Then the jury heard a very different story during the defense's opening statement. They called the state's investigation into Richard Allen messed up from the beginning, telling jurors Richard Allen is truly innocent. There is reasonable doubt. And attorney Andrew Baldwin told the jury when they hear evidence about phone data involving Libby German's cell phone, he said the state's case is going to fall apart before your very eyes. Then we heard from our first witness, Becky Patty, the grandmother of Libby German. She explained how Libby and Abby were best friends who had a sleepover at her house the night before the murders, how the girls did not show up after their visit to the Monon High Bridge, and then the frantic search that took place. She held back tears as she told the jury, we kept calling and kept calling her granddaughter without any success. Then she broke down into tears, recalling for the jury when she learned that her granddaughter's body had been found. She said, I couldn't understand why they weren't taking me to her. And then I saw the coroner's van drive by, and that's when I realized they were not alive. Emotional testimony right out of the gate here on day one of the trial. The jury has been listening very intently. Richard Allen has been taking notes throughout the testimony. We are going to have much more for you and more on the witnesses here this afternoon coming up on 13 News at 5. In Delphi, Bob Siegel, 13 News.
3, 2.
Thank you so much, Bob. Now, Libby German's sister and her father have also testified today, and we expect that Abby Williams' mother will take the witness stand as well today. So more of that testimony as our coverage continues. Now, a couple house cleaning items and some issues that have happened outside of the courthouse today. One thing, the judge took away the cameras for 3 media organizations, 1 video camera and 2 still cameras. She told the court that they violated her decorum order. Well, what's this all about? There was a bus, a charter bus that was bringing the jurors here to the courthouse today from the hotel in Lafayette, and those cameras were rolling. Police collected those cameras and said they didn't want in any way for there to be any identification of the people that were on that transport. So how those organizations are going to proceed moving forward and trying to get that gear back in coverage is something that we're going to be watching. Also, one of the very first rulings today dealt with those sketches that we have been looking at for years. And they came from police artists who said this is what witnesses said that the suspect in this case looked like. So the ruling this morning was that those sketches would not be allowed in the trial. And it was really interesting for me today as I was going around town today talking to people here about how these different versions of these sketches that we have looked at for 7 years have really had an impact on those here in the community. Families that say that maybe they were considered perhaps to be suspect. These are also people that are wanting to support the families with a seat in the courtroom. One of the people that I talked to today is a woman who is linked to a Facebook page that has been following this case very closely from the beginning. Here's what she said about the sketches and those scarce seats.
But the community should not be taking that beating. Early on, you've seen them match that sketch up with every man that lived in this county. And it's time that their community get to heal with the family. And justice is one way of healing, but if they can't see it with transparency, even 10 members, allow 10 members of the community of Carroll County in that courtroom. Give them 10 chairs, give them 5 at least. Let them come in and see what's going on.
So just to break it down for you, to be clear, there are 72 seats in the courtroom. 30 of them are for the families directly affected by the case, 12 for media. And access to the trial is very important to people that live here. They know these families. They want to support them. There were people that lined up overnight to get these seats, and they feel like at this first day that these are seats that are going to outsiders, and they don't like that, and they're pushing back. That's the latest from Delphi. I'm Anne Marie. Our coverage continues as the news continues this afternoon. Back to you.
All right. Makes a lot of sense, Anne Marie. Thank you so much. These people have been along for the ride. It's been years in the making that they've been waiting for this moment.
And such a small town, less than 3,000 people. We wanted to let you know that as this trial begins, you can join us at 10 p.m. on WTHR Plus for our Delphi.
And we'll stop that. We'll stop that there.
I found some. Apparently, there was another person who testified at the end. Deputy.
Well, yeah.
Roan, maybe. I don't know how to pronounce it.
Well, let's see. Let's see what. There's a couple. I had 3 up. Let's see what this one. This one's only 2 minutes and 59 seconds.
Now. And right now at 5 o'clock, we are following breaking news in the first day of testimony of the Delphi murders trial.
Jurors have heard emotional testimony from family members of Abby Williams and Libby German. Let's get you right to Carroll County, the courthouse there. News 8's Kyla Russell has been in the courtroom for every minute of the testimony today. Kyla, good evening.
Good evening, Dakari. Yeah, it's been a heavy day here at the Carroll County Courthouse as those families of Abby Williams and Libby German finally are having their day in court. But of course, before we got to that, I had a little bit of business to tend to. Special Judge Fran Gold told the defense, if you remember those sketches, those suspect sketches released in 2017 and 2019, she told them that although they wanted to have those included in the trial, they could not. Now, of course, that decision came just as opening statements began for the trial. that will decide the fate of Richard Allen, the man accused of killing Abby Williams and Libby German. Carroll County prosecutor Nick McClelland gave the state's opening statements. They lasted about 15 minutes, and he spent much of that time outlining the case that they'll make, saying this case is about three main things: bridge guy, an unspent bullet, and the brutal murders of Abby and Libby. He told the jury that they would see photos of the gruesome crime scene and hear from three people that were there on the trail that day. And then as far as that unspent bullet, the prosecution continues to say it was cycled through a gun owned by Richard Allen. The defense used much of their opening statement refuting that claim. They say they'll actually bring in several experts to back that up. And then one of their biggest notes, that the hair found in Abby Williams' fingers could be from one of Libby's relatives. Now, both Libby's grandma and sister said today that they have provided their DNA to police. Allen's attorneys also outlined their belief the girls were killed somewhere else and that their bodies were returned to the crime scene. We spent the second half of the day hearing from the people closest to Libby: her grandmother, Patty, her sister, Kelsey, and her dad, Derek. Each of them recalled their last moments with Libby, how they found out that she had died, and the type of teenager she was. All three were very emotional at times, recounting the sports that Libby loved and her kindness to all. Her sister, Kelsey, even described the moment that Libby asked her to go to the bridge that day to drop them off, where she was standing in their house and how she felt. She said Libby was more of a best friend to her than a sister. She was 3 years older than her. Abby's family was also in the courthouse, including her mom. We'll hear from them in the coming days. Now, we'll be back in Carroll County tomorrow as the second day of trial kicks off. Now, just a reminder.
Hold on. Gonna go to one more here. Stop. I want to go to this one, News Nation. Nope, this one right here. Nope, that's not the one. 1 second here. Only because I just saw it. Okay, there it is. My bad. Stop screen. Present. Yeah, so like, was there somebody else that testified that there were not?
And Anna Williams did too.
Yeah, Anna Williams actually did too, didn't she?
So
yeah.
What were those?
Let's see.
Apparently, this Courtroom guy talked to Weber, though.
Pardon?
Apparently, the deputy talked to Brad Weber. But play this, and then we can.
Yeah, I'm just curious what.
Did a deep dive into the Delphi case on that podcast.
But Ashley,
Susan Hendricks is a longtime TV journalist, colleague of mine, and the author of Down the Hill: My Descent into the Double Murder in Delphi. Susan was also in the courtroom today. It's great to have both of you, both my former colleagues. Thank you for doing this, you two. Drew, let me start with you, having been in this for so long, and all of us have been wondering, what are the details of the deaths? How did these girls die? And then today, to hear everything. I'm not going to ask you if it was shocking. I know it was. It was shocking to everybody. But did it move a needle for you in any particular way when you heard these details?
You know, it's hard to say. I mean, and even though you're right, it is shocking. I think from the beginning that this case has really been, you know, a profound look at understanding the facts here. And the details of these girls' deaths were horrific. As far as moving the needle either way, it's hard to say. You know, it depends on the day. You know, when somebody asks me about this case, which way I lean, who I think is kind of like, you know, gonna come out on the other end of this thing, it's hard to say. So really, it hasn't moved the needle yet for me. And I think we all need to really keep that in mind as we, you know, proceed through this trial and hear all these facts as they come out.
Susan, you know, I think when I heard these details, all I could think of is the number of times that Richard Allen, according to prosecutors, has confessed in jail, to guards, to his wife on the phone. I mean, dozens of times he has mentioned that he killed these girls. He's also said things like, I shot them. And we know now they were not shot. What I'm curious about is, do we know if he has said anything that aligns with the facts that were released today?
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to what Drew just said, I completely understand what he's saying, because this has been going on for 7+ years. And there's been so much speculation, Ashley, as you said, and so much secrecy. And with the confessions, and you're thinking, I was at a hearing at the end of July, the beginning of August, Of course, no cameras. There's been a lot of secrecy surrounding this. But I did hear about all of those confessions, alleged confessions. And you're thinking, okay, then that makes him guilty if he said it to his wife, to his mother. I mean, he's admitting it. But then they said, look, he shouldn't be in that prison. And then we hear today all of the horrific details, learning that Libby was naked, the way in which they died. And the prosecutor, Nick McClelland, it was surreal walking in there today thinking, oh my gosh, after 7 years, finally opening statements, here we are. And I felt bad for the prosecutor. He goes to use this huge kind of monitor and it didn't work. And we're waiting and waiting. It's like 15 minutes. Then he goes, okay, moving on. I wanted to show you this. We're moving on. And he was able to say, this is exactly what happened. And at the very end, he said something powerful. He said, alluding to Richard Allen, kind of pointing in that direction and saying, the last face the girl saw before their throats were slashed was Richard Allen's, and walks off. And you think, oh my God. And I look at the family and I looked over at Richard Allen's wife and mother. They were tearing up as well. So it is surreal overall to be in there and finally opening statements.
I can't imagine it, but you just hit on something that tweaked, Susan. Prosecutor couldn't get his electronics to work, couldn't get the big board to work. And Drew, isn't this really what the defense is saying is kind of indicative of the whole investigation? Aren't they saying that everything has been botched since day one? So there you are. They proved it for you right in the front of the courtroom.
Yeah, it's kind of a metaphor for a lot of things, right? And you're right. Baldwin and Rosie have been saying, look, this thing has been bungled from the beginning. And I can tell you in conversations that I've had with people, there are instances where there have been balls dropped. And, it's been outlined in motions that have come out previously of lost evidence, misplaced evidence, interviews that were either, at best lost, at worst deleted from hard drives. So, and numerous instances of allegedly of the prosecution trying to almost cover their tracks in the process before that's found out. So you're right. Today, as Susan said, that kind of issue with the big board was a bit of a metaphor for a lot of the steps along the way for Nick McClelland and the prosecution this whole time.
Thanks for watching. Go to joinnn.com to find News Nation on.
Hey, Alexa, welcome back. Oops. Hi there. 1 second. Nope, that's not what I wanted.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Just 1 sec. So just touching back on something, it says the last witness to testify was Mitch Courtroom, a deputy for the Carroll County Sheriff's Office who responded to a call about the missing girls at about 5:15 on February 13th. Courtroom testified that he spoke with Brad Weber, who owned a wooded property nearby when the girls disappeared. McClelland, the lead prosecutor, asked Weber, was he covered in sweat? Was he covered in blood? Did he look disheveled in any way? Courtroom said no to each of the questions. Weber let the officer search the property, although the defense noted that Courtroom didn't look inside 2 outside buildings on the site. He said it was likely. He said he likely stayed for less than 10 minutes. And then, so that's all that article was saying. I was just trying to look up a little bit about that on there.
He was one that one of the juror questions was asked about. Did it talk about that? It said, I read that they asked, do a lot of people walk on that trail, and how many of the people who do walk the trail turn around at the bridge and don't cross it? And he said, I don't know.
Right.
Which I would assume that the vast majority of them, 95%.
Probably turn around once they get there.
Yeah, because that's not even part of the trail. You have to
Yeah, right.
And I heard that it's fenced off now I heard that the entrance to the redone part of the bridge is actually Mears property, and now they have it fenced off.
Oh, really?
That's what I heard.
I know that there's the mapping out there of the actual property of Ron Logan, Mears, and stuff like that.
But apparently this guy didn't have much information to give.
Yeah, okay. Welcome back, Alexa.
Thank you.
Yeah. Are you
I
back home
think
now?
I'll keep my camera off because I think I'm a
You're
little
fine.
scary.
It's all. I mean, you're fine. But are you at home now?
Yeah, no, I'm home.
Oh, okay. Long night for you there, eh?
Yeah, a really long night. But
Because it's like, CD never came back either.
I can't believe I missed him. I can't believe he showed up and I didn't even see him.
He was literally on just for a couple of minutes, and then he dropped, and then he came back on, and then he dropped, and then when I talked to him, he was taking the girls home and trying to put his son to sleep, and I was like, "Sweet, we got to hear from CD tonight," and his because CD. So for anyone that doesn't know, CD is a retired police officer, and he's been following the case. Really good guy, really great guy. So yeah, I was looking forward to I guess 2 minutes is better, like 3 minutes, whatever is better than 0.
Yeah, that's nothing, right?
Yeah. Anyway, so right in that one that we were reading though, like what Anna, I'm not sure what Anna had said, but she was on there. But anyways, Alexa, any more thoughts to anything? Alexa's the profiler, guys, criminal profiler. Again, thank you always for your insight.
Oh, you're welcome.
Which does mean always a lot, right? Because, even if like at the end of the day, right? Like I said, sometimes we disagree on things, other times we agree on stuff, but at the end of the day, I just go with whatever my own personal thoughts are. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but Alexa's the expert on the criminal profiler stuff. And totally.
And that doesn't mean, I mean, I have been wrong too. So, and I always admit it. And I think that's so special because I know a lot of the other profilers, they never like admitting when they're wrong, and they sometimes avoid answering questions and they go around because they don't never want to be wrong. But I think it's part of the job. Sometimes you're going to be right and sometimes you're going to be wrong.
Well, at the end of the day, really, I mean, again, it's just it's profiling. It's not an exact fact. It's profiling what is the typical
It's based how you were trained, it's based what you've seen, is based in so many things. And but I mean, a lot of them, when you put one and one together, I or the other profiler that did it or the other profiler, most likely we're all going to agree. Like when you see somebody and when you get a victimology, for example, naked, then you start saying, oh, it might be a sexual crime, heroistic killer, whatever. So they should line up, not 100%, but they should line up a little.
Yeah,
most likely.
There's such a, like I said, there's such a contrast between how Libby was left. I don't think it's no secret. A ton of people, like including myself, have seen the 4 of the photos of the girls. One with Libby nude in the sticks and Abby as well, dressed and stuff like that. The way that each one was left is like 100% totally different of each other. So it wasn't news to us, from a lot of people that about their throats being as I say that, I cringe because the family has to relive the thought of that, and that's their own flesh.
It's hard. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
It's reliving. I mean, this whole thing, it's relieving wounds that they might have been maybe closing at this point, and now they have to open them again.
Open the wounds again and again and again.
Find things that they never wanted to hear because I think, like I always knew this was a sexual crime, but I never, I said it once or twice and I never wanted to push it too much. I always kept saying fantasy sounded better. Because out of respect for the families, but now the families get to hear what he might have wanted to do, what he did, and that's going to be really painful for the families. It really breaks my heart that they have to go through this. And when they speak of justice, is there really justice? I mean,
right? It's not. you know, and I was talking with Ivy earlier about this. Like, so let's say that, you know, it's pretty clear cut and dried that Richard Allen was the person that did this to Abby and Libby, but yet a jury, one of the jury members, you know, just can't agree, you know, doesn't feel like she can, you know, say that he's guilty on that. Like, how devastated would the family be that, you know, like, honestly, I can't even fathom that they've been through all this hell. And you know what? I was in, I think it was Laura Lee's, watching her live. And there's so many effing morons that literally sit there and are still trying to act like Kelsey had something to do with the
Oh
girls.
gosh,
You know,
no.
honestly, it's just, you know, and even
It makes me
Laura
so
Lee,
mad.
it's, yeah, you know, it's just ridiculous, you know. But to see that those little freaking brain dead people out there that literally, and I'm sorry if you're one of them in here, you're brain dead. You know, seriously, grow yourself a freaking brain cell or something.
And
Because
the fact that she
it's just
laughs or
ridiculous.
that she, you know, doesn't recall everything. I mean, you have to understand. I mean, this was a 16-year-old girl herself that went through a traumatic thing in her life. You know, her sister was unalive. I mean, in a lot of ways, also, she probably blames herself because she's going, if I would have went with her, or if I never would have said I drove you,
I
because
know.
she probably has to with the guilt that is not even true. Because I mean, this was meant to happen. However, it was, you know, unfortunately, I believe that things happen for a reason.
Yeah.
But with her, she probably had to go through that scenario. What about if I said no? Or what about if I went with them? Maybe I could have defended them.
I know. I feel so bad for
So
her.
I mean, no. This she had nothing to do with this. I hate when they accept blaming the family. This you can. I mean, I understand that a lot of unalivings, you look at the families because most of the time, you know, when you get unalive, it's somebody that you know or a family member.
Yeah.
But in this case,
well, I'm just going to move you up here.
yeah. So in this case, definitely no. You could tell that, you know, it was, she had nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
And sometimes laughing. Yes, I mean, at the time she was young and you get nervous and you don't know what to do. So some people laugh.
You know,
So
you know, I was gonna say, to go through a tragedy, and I get it, right? Because to go through a tragedy and the public that sits there behind a computer saying whatever the hell they want, you know, all the time, just mean, cruel, vicious, you know, attacking, knowing that the family had anything to do with the murders, and yet to have to deal with the death, and on top of that, deal with, you know, those friggin' ass idiots that, you know, come out of the woodwork. The ones that are, I'm sorry, but, you know, it's just, there's so many morons on the internet. Like, absolute freaking
especially the
morons.
ones that, you know, never, you know, like the ones that, you
just-
know, they don't even show their face. They just hide in the anonymous, you know, they become anonymous and they can say whatever they want, but they will never tell you that to your face.
It's just, you know, it just breaks my heart though, to just know how long this process has been for the family. And then, you know, I just worry about the end result. And I mean, like, we were talking about this too, like me and Ivy, like, what do you think, Alexa? Like, so we don't know that there's going to be anything that's going to be, say, shocking besides like the confessions about hearing about, you know, that coming out. But like, to me, I was saying that, you know, like McClellan there, he's going to he has to have strong evidence to go from point A to point B, you know, to prove to the jury, because there are so many fuck ups. There is so much that the defense can literally make them look like freaking fools, basically, with how this case has been handled, the missing, you know, the sticks, whether it's whatever. So to me, like, McClellan has to have the nail in the coffin to make those 12 jurors go guilty. And do you think that will be really with the confession? Because they're going to try to tear down the bullet, you know,
I honestly think it's going to be a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
Because you can't, I don't think they're just gonna weigh on something. I think like I said, it's like breadcrumbs. They're gonna follow all the breadcrumbs, and at the end, they're gonna be like, what makes more sense? I mean, this is a guy that was at the bridge. He even said that he was at the bridge. He looks like the bridge guy. What are the odds that he's, the gun that, was similar gun was under, the voice. Obviously, for everything that they say, they're going to rebuttal and say, no, it wasn't him, or they're going to bring an expert, a voice expert, and say, no, it wasn't him. But I honestly think the confessions, I think they're going to weigh, like you said, I think, are they going to weigh more than maybe everything else? Probably yes, because I think when they get to hear him, and are they going to allow more than one, or are they just allowing just one? Do you know?
Say that again.
Are they allowing, how many confessions are they allowing? Because I know he did
I'm not sure how many they're bringing in. Like, I'm sure they're all the recorded ones.
But I am assuming, I mean, if you're not guilty, why would you confess to your wife? For what?
Right.
It doesn't make, like,
Why would
that's
you
the one
confess
thing
to
that
your
you
mother?
cannot back it up and explain.
Yeah.
Because that's the one person that I would be like, no, I am, if I didn't do something, I'd be like, no, I am not guilty.
But
I didn't do it.
He said that, like, apparently, right, it was said that, well, he might as well just confess to stop his family from suffering, bullshit, just bullshit.
But isn't that suffering more because he's agreeing that he did something heinous? That makes no sense.
No.
The only thing I can think of is if he did it during psychosis, but I can't say this for sure, but I almost feel like he confessed to them prior to that.
Yeah.
Well, he did, right.
Yeah, he did a few. I think few were before the psychosis. I mean, yeah, and like we said, yeah, some of them they're gonna be like, but I think there has to be something in the confessions, and even to the police or to whomever, with details that they could match. And I think that's going to be the interesting part, that they're gonna be like, huh, how do you know that?
Exactly. Well, that's just it. That's exactly
when they
it.
said the 61 confessions, the guy on the stand specified that those were the ones that were like actual confessions. Those did not include the vague, you could kind of take it as a confession and kind of not. Those were the detailed confessions.
Okay, so they have to match. They probably have to say something there that, because I mean, like I said, are there people that do false confessions? Yes, but there are things that they don't match. And there has to be something that he said that only he would know.
Right, absolutely.
There has to be something that we don't know, they don't know, only he would know, and obviously at least, when they saw it, they can be, that's it.
Well, that's where I feel like that the jury will go if something like that exists. That's where the jury will, I think, with any logical person, if somebody's talking about a crime scene that nobody else could have known, but yet he's talked about it, like, I mean, to me, that would be like that bomb dropper for the case to go, yeah, guilty. But I think anything less than that is absolutely got a reasonable doubt to it.
Yeah.
That's how I feel that.
Yeah, I think so. But I think it's going to be a little bit of everything. I think they have to listen everything and start putting it together. But I think it's more logic. I think at the end of the day, they have to be led by logic.
Right.
What makes more sense?
Right. Right.
Like if it, what they, like the saying, if it walks like a dog, it's a duck kind of thing. And that's one of those things, like you can't deny it. And they can make a new timeline and everything, but just the fact that what are the chances out of all the places that he could have been that day, him being there?
Yeah. Right.
For somebody what are the chances of an innocent person being there in so many circumstances, like confessions,
right?
He's,
same clothes,
all the things matching to him. There's no way.
He literally admitted to having those clothes, but he had no idea when he said that there was a video of him.
Yeah, but I think that he
statement
did that
was
because he knew that people saw him. So I think it was one of those things before they say, I will say that I was there and clear my and say, hey, I said it.
Yeah. What about you, Ivy? What were you about to say?
I think not that it really matters, but I think he said what he was wearing that day during his interview with police in 2022 before he was arrested.
Now,
I don't think that was the Doolin.
Yeah, that's not what I recall. Not too long ago, I remember this being talked about, and I'm not going to sit there and say I'm 1,000% right, but I just remember that this was talked about, and I remember it being said that, and I don't know if it was by Susan Hendricks, or who it was, but it wasn't too long ago where I remember I was like, oh, you fucked yourself over, didn't you, dude? You had no idea that video was coming out, and here you are. And maybe you're right on this, Ivy, but I swore that it was that maybe it was more the fact that he said he was there on the bridge.
Yeah.
And then
I have the PCA up from the car thing.
Yeah.
Do you want me to read it real quick? The little
yeah, go
what
ahead.
he told Doolin?
Yeah, please.
He says Mr. Allen was on the trail between 13:30 and 15:30, so that's 1:30 to 3:30.
Yeah.
He parked at the old Farm Bureau building and walked to the new Freedom Bridge. While at the Freedom Bridge, he saw 3 females. He noted one was taller and had brown or black hair. He did not remember the description, nor did they speak with him. He walked from the Freedom Bridge to the High Bridge. He did not see anybody, although he stated he was watching a stock ticker on his phone as he walked. He stated there were vehicles parked at the High Bridge trailhead. However, he did not pay attention to them. He did not take any photos or videos.
Okay, right. So you're probably right about that it was more the details in 2000 and whatever you said there.
I remember arguing with people about how do you remember what you were wearing on a day 3 years prior?
Yeah. And why would you remember? You know what I mean?
Because this is my opinion about that. I almost any time that I ever go walking, more than likely I will be wearing jeans and, depending on the weather, either boots or tennis shoes, and then I have a black jacket, and that's what I'm going to look like almost every time because you won't be able to see like the shirt underneath.
Said what was that last part you said about the shirt?
And then like I have a black coat, and if it's cold, I'll have my coat on, so you can't see the shirt underneath. So I'm going to look jeans and black coat every time.
So do you think that it could be something that he always wore and that's why he remembers? Or do you think that something happened specifically that's why he remembers so vividly?
That's a catch-22 on that one, I think, because I feel like that to me, Richard Allen probably wears, like that.
That's his dress code.
That's his dress code.
He had that blue jacket on in that video with his wife at the store outside the mall or whatever.
Yeah, in that video.
See, that's the interesting thing, because you would think out of all the thing that you think, okay, I'm going to go and do this, and you don't happen to say, wait a second, let me change my appearance a little bit. Like if I wear blue jeans all the time, let me wear sweatpants, let me wear things that I never wear.
And if they start questioning you however many years later, would you tell them what you were actually wearing?
I don't think I would remember,
Or unless he thought maybe he couldn't remember if he told them what he was wearing in his original and he didn't want it to not match.
Right, exactly.
I mean, to me, it sounds like he remembers vividly because of, he probably knew that the things that he had in the jacket and all the things. And that's why he remembers. Because if they ask you, hey, Ivy, hey, Sunny, why did you wear 3 years ago? I mean, I guarantee you.
Yeah, probably.
I can maybe take a guess, but I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly how I was dressed to go somewhere.
Yeah. Well, that's just it. I think it's more that when you do something, it's kind of burned in your memory. So, that, I mean, so that's something that sounds logical. Is that he might have forgotten what he said.
It was like a shocking. It's like September 11th. Like everybody remembers where they were when September 11 happens because
Yeah.
of what happened. Mm-hmm.
Why do you
I
think
think
he
so.
didn't lie to them and say he wore something else?
Because people saw him, right?
Right.
So I think I think he, like when you're guilty of something, I think he tried playing that game. Let me tell them before they come and ask me.
Right.
And that way I don't look guilty.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
And
that's what he did. He tried doing that. And it worked because he went under the radar for how many years?
That's what I don't understand, because here they are pleading for the person to come forward that was parked at the building that day,
Mm-hmm.
right? And do you see his ass going back saying, hey, like,
see, that's what it shows. I mean, there's the guilt. Because if you have nothing to hide, I would have been like, hey, I was there.
Yeah.
I even told this guy that I was
Yeah.
there.
Yeah.
But why didn't he do that?
Right, because we're talking about a small little fucking town. We're not talking about Chicago or something like that or whatever. We're talking about a small town that he's very much aware, obviously, like let's just say even without, he's very much aware that, you know, the Delphi case is in the news. It's, you know, all over the place. So why wouldn't you have come forward to say, like you said, yeah, like remember.
Now let me ask you something that I always wonder. I mean, I don't know how true it is, and obviously you can't trust everything you read in the internet, but I remember reading a couple years ago, and there was, I think it was in 4chan, whatever, I don't remember, or Reddit, I don't remember where it was, but there was a message, somebody saying that they recognized the person, and the person was Rick on the trails. Was that somebody that really recognized him, or is that something that just...
I never heard that.
You never heard that?
I don't think they were talking about the same person, because they said that his dad was like, what did they say? His dad was high up in like the town, and I want to say it was something about, if I remember correctly, there was something about him being like special needs or something. I can't remember.
Oh wait, you're talking about, I think, what Lewis has talked about before, that person that was named Rick or something at the gas station or something, that was talking to, apparently
there was somebody online that they said when they saw the video, or there was a picture of the video or something, they said, oh yeah, I recognize him, that is Rick.
Right. Yeah. And that's when that was attached. I remember that. Okay. Because the only reason why I know that is because of Lewis talking about this.
And this happened before he got arrested.
4chan, right. That was 4chan. That's right. Devoted.
Yes. But I mean, I always took it with a grain of salt because of the channel and everything. I was like, okay, whatever. But when he got arrested, I always wondered, did that person really recognize him?
Right. You know, well, that's, you know, like, so this is, again, we'll go back to that, because I'm sorry, but, you know, you have a voice, you have
a walk,
you have a walk, you have a body, you have whatever. You're telling me that the whole darn freaking side of Richard Allen's family is fucking clueless to who this person could be? Like, meaning everyone would have to be dense as shit in order, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
Like one person I can see, maybe two people, but we're talking about a whole slew of a family that kind of like can't recognize, like from the daughter to the wife to the mother to a close friends, that, hey, that looks like the dude at the freaking CVS.
Yeah,
You know,
especially
like,
with the voice and the walk.
That's what kind of gets me in all of this, is like, so nobody, like I said, you know, the downfall of this case is that had that video been clear, it's just cut and dry, simple as that. You know, killer captured, and then it just proving it type of thing. But unfortunately, that's not the case.
Yeah,
but
if that,
you know,
that video would have been like 2 years. Yeah.
I was gonna say, if there's one thing I did notice in that video the whole time, when I was convinced it was Keegan Dunker or whatever, is the fact that who's ever like the eyes. So once we knew it was Richard Allen that was arrested, you know, you go back to the video and then you're like, okay, you know, like, yeah, I can see his little nose or whatever. But what always struck me about that video was that the eyes were close together. And Richard Allen has close eyes together. It's just one of those things that always bugged me, because no matter how many frames I took, there was that spot there where it was always that the person's eyes were close together. And so whenever I look at his eyes, I can't help but always picture the video to his eyes, because there's like I said, these frames where it's like the eyes, but it's so distorted, right? In a sense, like those pictures where the eyes especially close together. But for me, it's kind of like I said, when once you know who the person actually is, then you can kind of look at it and go,
yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, because at least then you have somebody to actually reference it to, because like I said, because now you have a face to that video, right? Like I said, so it's kind of like, so even if you can't quite make out his face, you got a voice, you got a body, you got a jacket, and you're telling me that none of these people in the family are even, nope, definitely not, because like it's Delphi, 3,000 people.
Yeah.
It's not like it's
something else with the video and going through all the frames is, Betsy Blair, people always go back to her describing him as having puffy hair. There are a few frames in that video where his hood looks like a terrible toupee, like he has a dead brown animal on his head.
I always thought it wasn't a hat. I always thought it was like a puffy, like puffy hair, basically, like I think the first sketch kind of thing.
Yeah,
like the picture that we have of him right now, that puffy hair that he has right now in that picture.
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah, kind of like that. I remember it, like to the video, it kind of looked like his hair was like coming out here, but it was really like a hood though, on there. But again, I mean, and I can't help but keep thinking about the ISP when they put out the description, about red, like I said, it's kind of like the second sketch, right? Comes out with freaking curly ass hair, and
yeah, I think that's what she probably saw though.
And so that whole, like, I don't know, honestly. Again, this is so confusing, honestly, between the different sketches, between the different witness accounts, the different, what was it? The bridge guy didn't have blue eyes was something that was said. I think it was
dark eyes.
And it's just like, honestly, it's this case, such a mind fuck, but to me, it boils down to still is that, like, I'm not sure, but can they not have like his voice analyzed with the BG's voice?
Oh, I am sure they have. They can, and they can see like the tempo.
Or is it breaking his
Because
right?
everybody speaks differently, and we all have like a special tempo that it's unique to each person. I'm sure with forensics, that's what I'm saying. You cannot fool forensics. You can fool many things, but you cannot get away from forensics. But now let's see that they did them. So that's the problem. Let's hope that they went through this and they did it. And I'm sure that the defense is going to get somebody to say, no. Yeah, everybody can have their own tempo, but this tempo is distorted, blah, 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 blah. So,
yeah, I heard that they had to do a lot of work to the audio. I can't remember where I heard it from, but I remember hearing that the original video sounded different than the audio they put out because of the stuff they had to do to bring this
to clean it up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because I kind of picture her like putting the phone in her pocket,
and
getting all muffled, and
yeah,
I think that's why there's such a difference between guys and down the hill.
Yeah, because you ladies were saying that now he's saying girls down the hill, right?
I think that had to have been just a slip up.
Why is it not coming out?
Like they just got it wrong. Kind of like how Holman got the time of the video wrong in one of the hearings. I think it was a mistake because it obviously says guys.
Yeah, because to me, it's always sounded like guys down the hill.
Down the hill. Well, you know what? going back to that, right? Let's see, does it pull up for audio? Hold on. Can you hear that?
No.
You can't hear that?
No.
You can't hear the audio? Really? Oh. Okay, hold on. Huh. Can't hear that? That sucks. Is there like a 1 second? If I can I save it? Tell me if you can hear this. Wait, hold on. So low. Can you hear anything?
I can hear a little bit, but not clearly.
Okay, I know it's so low. Volume, it's totally up 100%. Oh wait, yeah, it is. Yeah, I just don't have to. I guess.
Why are there 3 of them? Oh, is it?
Yeah, they're just one's a wave, one's a MP3.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I figured if
But I mean, we heard it so many times, and it sounded girls down the hill. And I mean, I remember even listening to somebody that it's like a dialect, that they said that the dialect was somebody that was from Delphi.
Oh, right, yeah.
Like that's specific, like the way, not only from Indiana, but some, like the accent.
I mean, that's pixelated for sure, but not pixelated enough that you can't make out somebody's figure
Walk,
and walk, like
shoes and everything. Like I would recognize my husband's clothes anywhere.
Like you don't know that your husband has a freaking satchel like that looks like that or whatever or something like that.
That's a hoodie pocket, dang it.
It's not a hoodie pocket. So
See, and
that was
exactly why nobody can identify it, because how many times have we watched it and we don't agree on what it is?
Yeah, it had to be a hoodie, and that he probably took the jacket after, got it dirty.
Yeah, see, there's no.
Mariah says those are Ari's feet. I'm sorry. How in the world? I can't decide if that's a joke or not. I feel like it's not. But I don't you can't identify people's feet from the video. They're just feet.
Well, I guess the walk, the way he walks.
But it's the overall body, is in a sense, right? The overall body, it's kind of like I said, and then you hear a voice to that.
And his jeans are all bunched up because he's short.
Yeah, say that again.
His jeans are all bunched up because he's short. Because it's probably hard for him to find the right size.
Yeah,
jeans.
the right size for little
yeah, because those are probably size 30, and he's probably 28.
Probably.
It's just.
But see, that's the thing is, I mean, according to I remember the reading somewhere. I mean, I guess he cleaned up the jacket and he hung it back in his closet.
Well,
so wouldn't you recognize that?
That's just it.
But I think, with the wife, I can see, like, you see somebody that looks like that, but you would be like somebody comes and tells me my husband does that. I would be like, no way. Like, no way. Like, I would walk on fire. I will set myself on fire, because I can tell you he will never do that. And I think that plays a big part of that, the denial.
I always want to ask people is like, assuming you're not like in an abusive relationship with a terrible person, if the police came to your door today and arrested your husband and said he murdered 2 little girls, there's no way you would believe it. Right? Like I would never believe
that's
it.
what I was saying earlier too.
Like we were saying, but I think if you start looking back, then I think I'm telling you, I'm sure she will start seeing the red flags. But I think right away, no, somebody comes here and says, hey, how many times has happened that, that you find, something about somebody and you go like, no way. Like
Now-
how?
Mhm.
Like I was just reading right now, somebody that I knew that she was molesting a child. And I was like, no way. Like the profile that, that she reads doesn't look like that. And there's evidence that she obviously did it.
Right. Yeah.
So
what you guys, what I wanted to say about like the jacket, for instance, like, okay, so we all know that by the amount of blood that was at the crime scene, that the killer would have had to basically had tons of like blood splatter on him. Now, Sarah Carbonell, whatever, says that she saw a guy like close to 4 o'clock there, 3:57, whatever time it was, walking towards the building, the whatever you want, CPS building. Now, she says say 10 at the first time, right? Then she changes it later to a blue jacket. Now, so what's the chances that somebody's going to hang this jacket back in their closet, even dry cleaned, and first of all, the wife, like, I can't see Richard Allen being a dry cleaning type of person, but meaning that the jacket, say that was a Carhartt that was blue that was taken as evidence, would clearly have blood stains on it. But how do you go from saying a tan jacket then to a blue jacket? But even if it is this blue jacket, there's going to be freaking DNA of one of like the girls.
What if he took his jacket off and was carrying it?
Well, that's what I was wondering. What if but the thing is that still,
but
right?
he had to have blood somewhere. There's no way that he would have did what he did without getting any blood on him.
If you throw it in the washer and wash it quickly.
Oh yeah, many times. I mean, like 10, 20 times. I mean, oh yeah, not even with luminol, you will be able to see it because it's been so many times.
You think if you washed it once, like as soon as he got home, that the visible blood would be out enough his wife wouldn't notice?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Because his
I mean, some blood doesn't come out.
Even in his car, even in his vehicle.
Yeah, that's I would have bet money there was blood in his car.
Yeah. From the shoes, yeah.
Well, right. Just from at the end of the day, it's not like he walked nude back to his vehicle. He still had on pants and stuff. And if Sarah Carbonell saw this guy that was like muddy, bloody, and looked like he had been in a fight and whatever, like, where's the DNA that's attaching?
What I want to know is, remember when they said that they took an envelope from inside his trunk where the spare tire was? Like they took some evidence there. I would like to know what was it that they took from that? Because I mean, who puts something there? I mean, obviously you don't want people to find whatever you have, that you hid it there. So I am dying to know what was that envelope that they found there. You remember that when they said that in the trunk, where the spare tire was?
Right.
I believe they said it was an envelope. I believe.
Ivy,
I don't remember the envelope part though. I thought they just.
I keep thinking of. I keep going back to Idaho in the glove compartment car.
No, this one was him. It was an envelope. I believe it was an envelope.
You guys know about that in chat about the envelope?
That it was where the spare tire.
I remember was that I was surprised that they only took samples from like 2 different places in the entire car, which I thought was weird.
That's
Do you feel like that there could have been evidence, but honestly, it was just so many multiple mistakes?
Well, so many years too. I mean, DNA. I mean, you can find DNA many years later, but I mean, if they only took 2 spots,
my goodness. My goodness.
But the envelope, it was I think it was in the PCA. Was in the PCA? Yeah.
I don't remember about the envelope.
Yeah. And I always wonder, and I said, oh, could have been pictures. What was it that they found? That
There was an SD card. Hold on. There was an SD card in an envelope in his closet. Right. I remember that.
Yeah, that I remember. No, there was no. This one was in his trunk, where the spare tire was. That they found an envelope, and they took it.
Boogie, you remember that? Yeah, there was something with a motorcycle cover. I know that.
No. This was an envelope that they took as evidence.
Ivy, is it in that list of
Yeah, it was in the list.
All I remember is the like carpet cutout.
Yeah.
But it's been a long time since I looked at that.
And that's the one thing that I always wonder. And I said, wow, like who? I mean, definitely you're hiding something, because why would you put it there? Whatever it was. I was thinking maybe pictures or something.
So I think he was under, like they talked about it being under the spare tire. Like, because you'd have to like take out, I imagine there's like a carpet thing that goes over the spare tire. You'd have to lift that up, lift the tire. It's like, something's not just going to fall in there.
No. There was something that he specifically hid there. And I always wonder, and I said maybe pictures.
Yeah, I just, it's like even chat's really not remembering this either.
Really? You guys don't remember that? Oh my God.
No, I know. The only thing, no.
Yeah, I mean, I'll find it and I'll send it to you, because I remember I have it. I actually have it in black and white, and I was like, wow.
Yeah, Richard Devoted says Richard didn't start confessing until he got the state's evidence against him.
Yeah.
Hopefully the details he confessed weren't in the state's info that he got, or the state's evidence against him. Hopefully he told details that weren't included in that.
So now let me ask you another thing. I heard that they're going to call Keegan to the stand, Klein? Or is that just a rumor?
I heard that he was not even part of it.
Oh, okay. Because I know somebody said it, and I was like, what? But I wasn't sure. There's so many things they say. I was like, okay.
I mean, I don't want to.
I heard they were going to try to get him in to
because I heard that they were going to, I think four inmates, and I think he was one of them.
See-through says yes, KK and his dad. Kagan was in court.
Oh, wow.
Wait, what? Well, they put in for, okay, so see-through, so did you hear about this, Ivy?
No, I heard that the defense was going to try to get like Kagan Klein and Ron Logan in as like third party, but I don't know why they would need him there. To me, if Kagan was going to do that, he would be bad for the defense.
Yeah.
Unless it's the prosecution. I don't know.
Huh.
Kind of crazy. Somebody put the exact number of witnesses earlier in the stream, and I think it was 151.
Jesus.
Defense witnesses.
Yeah, they said Kagan and Chadwell, I think, and two other inmates.
Oh, okay. So they're going to put,
Chadwell?
I get it. Somebody had said that they were going to bring forth the people that have confessed to the murders or whatever.
Did Chadwell ever confess?
No.
Kagan never confessed either.
Well, no, Kagan did. He talked about the whole story where him and his dad read Jeep, blah blah blah.
But was that true? Because I mean, that's what they said.
Not that it was true, but it's the fact that he actually said it.
I mean, that's what the what was it called? The murder sheet said, but they never. I mean, I never saw anything that he actually said it. But I mean, he's such a liar.
I mean,
maybe the defense is attacking the investigation and is going to bring in those people that were like quote unquote POIs to the public.
Probably.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like here. Yeah. Like everything to take away from the fact that Richard Allen, anything to do with Richard Allen, taking away from that, whether it's the phone going on at 4:33, that that he left at 2:15 and blah 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 blah.
But I mean, let's be honest. I mean, if I would have been there, I would have used KK. I mean, what are the chances of texting and then this girl ends up dead?
To me, that was the better choice,
right?
Was
I
him.
mean, he would be my first thing to use. I'd be like, hey, this is the guy, not my guy. This is the guy.
Because to my knowledge, they haven't even all the way proven that it wasn't him. I think they got enough, because they said that there was the usage of the internet and stuff at their house that was their normal usage to say they were there, and they couldn't find him on cameras going to the scene. But for a defense, that's much better than what's his face being at work and clocked in.
Whatever happened to the freaking gas station video that
who knows?
You're right, got lost, or
whatever. Him Googling the gas station. If that is even true.
Well, him Googling about freaking DNA. How long does DNA last?
Yeah. I mean, but was that true or no? We don't know.
What part?
That he actually Googled that.
Yeah. He did. Yeah. That part. Well, meaning that part's in the interview thing or whatever. About him.
God forbid I ever get accused of a crime and somebody looks at my Google history.
Oh yeah, I know.
Right?
Oh my God, yeah.
They're gonna be like guilty. But that whole Kagan Klein thing and no attachment and him changing that he was in Las Vegas instead of that he was in just the whole thing. I'm still absolutely shocked, right? Like I would have bet my freaking life that
he had something to do.
Yeah, not that he physically did it, but that he knew about what was going to happen because he was part of the
luring.
And it's just, and this is where the defense is going to go. Like I said, 2 different knives, like I said, the phone, it turning back on, and somebody must have physically have had to pick it up, and our client never went back to there. And like I said, they're going to try to shoot that down. But again, to me, it will come back to the confessions. What is said that only the killer would know to say if he had anything to do with the murders. And why would you tell your mother? Why would you tell your wife that or confess? But again, we haven't heard those confessions. So all that shit will be interesting to hear. But like I said, I feel like there's that moment that we're all going to be like, oh yeah, fuck you, you're guilty, dude, as shit.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that we're going to hear something that just goes, you're not getting out of this one, buddy.
Yeah, something that seals the deal. There you go. That's it.
Yeah.
I think there will be.
I think there will be too. Do you, Ivy?
There will be what?
Do you feel like that there will be that piece in one of the confessions that it's going to be like, yeah, done deal, dude. You're the only the killer would have known this.
I think it's more likely than not, but I want to hear it.
Yeah, I feel like it's there. I feel like that's going to come out, and that it's going to be like people are going to be like, oh, dude, just when I thought you were innocent. Oh no.
I want to see what those people that think that he's innocent, what are they going to say? Like, how are we going to get, of course, they're going to say conspiracy.
Yeah. Well, go ahead.
Do you think it's possible for any of the jurors, sorry if you can hear my dog, she's scratching and being loud. Do you think it's possible for any of the jurors to hear a bombshell confession like that and still vote not guilty?
That's right. What we were talking about earlier, right? That's what we were talking about earlier, Alexa.
Surely
about
not.
The fact of hearing a bombshell evidence like that, yeah.
Yeah, but I think, like we said before, they have to follow I call it the breadcrumbs, that there has to be everything. Because I mean, okay, you go, he's innocent. I think he's innocent. But then you hear, wait a second. He said he was there. He was wearing the same clothes.
Yeah.
They found a similar gun. I mean, bullet that he had. Like, what are the odds of everything?
Well, that's exactly it.
Exactly. So, at the end, the math is going to math. They're going to be like, wait a second, there's like 7 things against him. Like, if they are like, they have common sense, they're going to be like, wait a second, something's up here. But I think there's going to be something for every juror is different. And they said that sometimes, when I remember one of the jurors for Alec murder, they said that when he went in the stand and then he started like crying, they knew that he was like faking it. They knew he was the killer. So I think there's going to be something that for each juror is going to be different stages that they're going to be like, no. This guy, he's guilty. Or I think they're going to find him guilty. I that's my thing. But at the same time, I have a feeling that this case will be appealed because of all the mistakes and everything.
Oh, absolutely. This case is going to go for appeal.
So we know that this case is going to be straight for appeals. We know that.
Yeah, and that's when they can introduce the whole Odinism thing or whatever angle.
I know none of us are attorneys, but do you think when they try to appeal it, what are the chances that they'll be granted an appeal? Or like, I don't know. I don't really even know how that works. If you're granted an appeal, do you just get a do-over or?
Same. I don't really know how that part of it works. Travis would. But yeah. But I mean, the appeal can be denied. I guess it just feels if when they do the appeal, if the Supreme or whoever it is decides that this does warrant, there is enough to show that that it is questionable still. I don't know. I don't think any. That's my only thought that goes through my brain cells about the whole appeal process of it. But not knowing how it works, of course. I believe you have to present new evidence. Right. So the defense was saying that they had new evidence, remember? And that's when the judge is like, okay, so if there's an appeal, go ahead and use that then. Because, basically the defense is saying like, we have like this newfound evidence and you're just like, really? Come on now. But okay. On there, but I think
I just remembered another thought I had about the clothes. If I understood correctly, the prosecution said that Abby was dressed in Libby's pants, but I think still had like her shirt, that, and then she had her shoes on with no socks, and the rest of the clothing was in the creek.
Right.
But they didn't mention the underwear and sock that we've always heard of.
That was missing.
So basically the pants. So Abby was wearing Libby's pants. Is that correct?
Yes.
I mean, to me, that could be maybe because, like when somebody dies, they swell up. I mean, have you ever tried? I mean, I don't think most of you have, but if you tried dressing somebody that passed away, it's really hard.
It said that she was,
and they blow it up.
Killed. The blood guy said that she was dressed before she was killed.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the blood guy said that she was dressed before she was killed. So he's said basically that she probably dressed herself.
But why would?
Maybe that was all that was there for her. I don't know. But the part that I thought was interesting, though, is that in all that talking about the clothes, it was never mentioned that there were 2 missing pieces.
Yeah, the sock and the underwear.
And I wonder if it was because they didn't find that at his house. Or maybe it got washed downstream and they just assumed that the killer took it.
And could it, it could have.
But I definitely expected it to be mentioned.
What are the chances of 2 things disappearing? That sounds a little.
I don't know. But it was.
Because I understand one piece. Okay, maybe a sock got somewhere. But I mean, it was a big terrain too.
But don't forget when you think of those pictures, you have the one sock that's kind of off from the other three, but it's like the other three things are kind of like lined up.
Yeah.
You
They're
know,
all in the same
like,
spot.
yeah, like, you would think that someone would just throw them and then they would be in different parts of the river there,
Mhm.
not, boom, boom, boom. There's three
Line
things,
them up, yeah.
like,
And wasn't there a shoe also?
yeah, shoe.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like one shoe was found on the opposite side, and then the other shoe was on that piece whether that was pants or whatever the second item was. Some people are saying it was an undergarment, but I don't believe so.
No.
And then Libby's shirt was there. But, you'd think that, if somebody's going to, like, they would just throw the shit into the water, not be
Okay, so
lined
now
up.
remind me something, because I mean, I'm serious. I think my head is like starting to make things up. Was there a picture of Richard's daughter wearing a t-shirt with, like, similar to Abby?
Yes. Yeah.
Right? Okay. Because I remember talking to somebody and they didn't know what I was talking about. I was like, wait a second. Is it like one of those false memories or something?
No.
And I'm like, no, okay.
There's a picture of that. It's a shirt that just like the
Like the tie,
tie-dye.
Yeah, tie-dye. I remember it. And
It
yeah.
was a Abby and Libby memorial shirt.
Yeah, the
I was gonna
memorial
say
shirt.
it was an Abby Libby memorial shirt. Yeah.
Can you imagine how intense that must be? I mean, wow, it takes a special kind of person to do that. First of all, is where did he get that shirt, or where did she get that shirt? Did she get it, or did he get it and give it to her?
Right.
It'd be interesting to know.
Because what's the age difference between his daughter to Libby? Do you remember? Anyone?
Quite a bit, 10 years.
Yeah, because I mean, if she was going to get married, I mean, I know she got married young.
Well,
like,
I mean, like if they were having sort of like
at least like 6 years older minimum.
it reminds me of something that somebody would buy perhaps if they were doing an event, a fundraiser. And,
Yeah, a lot of people in town had them.
In
fact, I think some people wore them to the trial.
Oh yeah, probably. But I would think that it was, if anything, it was probably picked up in town. There was a fundraiser going on.
Yeah, I imagine, but
Yeah.
I'm just thinking, was it the daughter that picked it up, or was it him? And then be like, hey, this was to support those girls that,
Yeah,
went missing, whatever.
My gut would say, what would you say, Ivy?
Can you imagine him just like looking at his daughter in that? Or let's say he like did the laundry, doing the
Yeah.
laundry, and like, ugh, that's so creepy.
Oh, I know. Like when you think of little like things like that, or sitting in the restaurant with
Mhm.
fucking picture of the BG right
And the
behind you.
picture, it's right there. I know.
Yeah, how did they get used to it at some point almost?
Well, he did,
Yeah,
obviously.
Yeah.
Do you think if he's found guilty, or that if he actually, if he's the one that did it, do you feel like that he's remorseful?
No.
No.
I think he was, I always said, I think he feels bad for Abby. I don't think he feels bad for Libby. And I hate to say that. I'm sorry to the family. I don't mean being disrespectful and being cold, but I think I think he felt bad for what he did to Abby, but I don't think he felt guilty for Libby.
What do you think, Ivy? Do you think
I don't really know. I would assume that. I don't know. I was gonna say I would assume that killers like that don't feel remorse, but then at the same time,
I know.
I have a very like humanistic way of thinking, and I feel like even the most terrible people often end up having remorse at least a little bit, but I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Well, I know that, because this is the thing, is that I'm more leaning towards remorseful, or like Caesar says, I think embarrassed, not remorseful. Like
that he got caught, maybe.
But there's that piece of like, it's kind of like, for instance, I don't feel like he's like, a Ted Bundy, smiley face. I don't feel like he's like those people. I feel like this was a one-time thing, that it was, like I said, a build-up maybe over the years of something that his brain just fucking kept like a fucking little devil on the side of his shoulder going, you know, like whatever fetish is, whatever weird shit going on up there. And then he acted upon it, you know, for whatever
Kind of like when
reason.
somebody cheats on their spouse.
Eh?
Kind of like when somebody cheats on their spouse, like where maybe they've been wanting to, and or they get drunk and there's like an impulse where they could control it and they know they shouldn't do it, but they do it because they get caught up in the moment and everything, and then later they're like, oh no, why did I do that?
And I tell
But
you what,
except in this
if he would have
people.
felt guilty, he would have just say, "Hey, it was me. I did it. I'm sorry."
I don't agree with that.
I was gonna say I'm not sure I agree with that
Mhm.
either, because that's like going,
It's life
you know
in
what?
prison.
Let me just put my life behind bars now for the rest of my life. You know,
Because
so
you're remorseful and you accept it.
yeah,
You
but I
know,
don't think
and a lot of, I
think
mean,
that
a lot
remorse.
of the killers also they want to let people know that they did it. You know, because it's a pride thing.
Yeah.
Do you think he's one of those, or do you think he's like
No,
a
no, no,
scratch the itch
no,
type?
He's not one of those. I think that goes more into a serial killer, and I don't think he's a serial killer.
Right. That's what I was like saying. Yeah, I don't believe he's.
No, I think like I believe that this is his first time. I don't think he killed before. I always said I think this was his first time.
Yeah.
Would this be his only time? I don't know.
Right. Might he have done it?
If
Well,
he didn't get caught,
well,
none of this would have happened. Could have he? I don't know.
Or was just like, was it a one-time thing? And he,
I think
fetish
honestly, yes. I think for him, I think I have a feeling that yes, I think this might have been one thing. But I think he would be too afraid
yeah,
to go over again.
What if
Especially
he's
when
been
you were-
fantasizing, then he did it and didn't like it, and that's one reason why he dressed Abby. And he's like, this is not me. I thought I would like this, but doing it is a lot different than fantasizing about it.
That's absolutely true for sure. You know, that the way he left Libby though.
No, then he would have covered her, and at least with something, give her dignity. No, I think
Yeah.
he probably saw probably Libby more like a woman and Abby more like a girl, and he wanted more like the woman.
That's a much better way of putting that. I wanted to say that, but I never could come up with words that I was comfortable saying out loud.
I was thinking that earlier on the live. That was, but I wasn't sure how to say that. But Alexa just said it kind of perfectly
Yeah,
there.
that's a perfect way to say it.
Yeah, yeah.
So
now, in saying that, you guys, my husband, he says he sent me a message saying, "Baby, how much longer?" Because he's had a long day. I know he's tired, so I told him 10 more minutes. So we'll just kind of wrap things up. I guess court's tomorrow, again from like 9 to 12. I'm not sure.
That's right. Tomorrow's Saturday. Wow.
Yeah, I know. I was amazed that they were doing court on Saturday. Like, what the
I
hell?
know.
That's like
I haven't seen that in a long
I
time.
know. Yeah. You know. But anyway, so we'll just wrap it up, you guys, for tonight. And Alexa, thank you for coming back on.
Yeah.
And CD's invisible.
nice
See, he was
discussion.
here, but hey, what'd you say?
It was a nice discussion.
Yeah, no. I always appreciate, like I said, the discussions with you guys. They truly do mean a lot to me, that just bouncing off thoughts and, different ways of thinking about something, and then, yeah. So I always appreciate having, you guys. I respect you guys highly, both for your intelligence, that you guys both possessing, and you're being grounded and what I call normal thinking. I love what I deem as normal thinkers, people that can kind of look inside the box, outside the box, and yes, it's kind of like Richard Allen. Okay. Like, yes, he's innocent till proven guilty in a court of law and blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, I'm not held firm in this case until I hear everything myself and see how it all plays out. And if say I am totally wrong and Richard Allen is an innocent man of all this, so be it. Then he is, yeah. And I'm willing to absolutely say that. I don't think that's going to be the case here, but I always am open, of course, because at the end of the day, normal people want to just to find out the answer, hear logic, hear what makes sense, you know, without it being, like I said, off to the moon type of stuff. And you just like to hear grounded people talk, you know, when you're listening to like Laura Lee or this Andrea person, just regular people that are just kind of talking about the case, and just giving, like I said, like normal things that what typically would happen in a case, right? Now, you know, like I said, the defense is going to go off on their little end there and say that the girls' bodies weren't there, you know, and stuff like that. And, you know, it's one of those things, you know, I think at the end of the day, what seems normal is that that they were there, like what was said, that they were moved, you know, not that they were taken away, like, and then driven off and then brought back. And yet you got people searching all out, and they would have snuck on by there to bring the bodies over, you know, stuff that just doesn't really overly make too much sense versus what typically seems more logically of what happened here. And, you know, and the thing is to me, like the like, I kind of see this as different. It's like the prosecution is there to bring who's ever guilty to, you know, for the crimes to justice. It's not like I feel like that's their role to do that. But the defense to me is different. Like the prosecution is there just try to bring, like I said, you know, to bring the person to charges, who's ever guilty, stick them in where they belong, and if they're found not guilty, then away that they go. Whereas the defense is specifically there to get Richard Allen off of the case, their lawyers, type of thing. And I just think that do you understand what I'm kind of saying there? Because my brain's getting like tired and whatever, but I just see them as kind of two different things. That prosecution is there not to try to go, let's just bring this person that didn't do it, you know, and charge him for the sake of
I
doing
disagree a little on that, but
yeah, well, go ahead, Ivy.
I mean, I don't think the defense is just there to get him off. I think, and I'm saying this is defense in general, like across the board. The defense is there, the prosecution is there to prosecute people and to get justice, but they're also the government. So the defense is there to ensure that the people who are being prosecuted, that the government isn't overstepping and are actually telling the truth and keeping everybody's rights intact. Because if you don't have that, then they can just throw whoever they want in jail willy-nilly.
Yeah. But at the same time, I was going back and looking at when he says, "Oh, I believe that he is innocent." I truly don't believe that they believe he's innocent. Obviously, they have to say that because that's their job.
Right. I agree.
But I don't think they believe he's innocent.
No.
And it shows because they're trying to, you know, put so many things, you know, if somebody's innocent, they stick with one thing. And it's almost like they're trying to put whatever sticks, like they throw things in the wall, whatever sticks.
Yeah. To create those doubts.
Yeah.
And
That
look
is doubt. Yeah. Look at how many times they mentioned the reasonable doubt in their opening statement.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I said, to me, by no means is Rosie or Baldwin dumbasses, and I think that the evidence probably clearly does show that he was there. But of course, again, they're building their case to show that their client didn't, even though they outwardly say, like, we believe in our client.
Oh, please.
I personally believe that, knowing that these are smart people.
Have you seen Diddy's lawyer when he stands there? He's like, no, absolutely not. He is completely not guilty. And I'm like, seriously?
I just hope maybe Baldwin can not be so wordy about everything. Maybe not take an hour and a half when McClellan takes 15 minutes all the time.
Yeah, right. I know you got one that's like, you know, like, this is what we got. This is what the case is about. Okay. And then the defense is like, so.
But that's one of the things that the jurors are going to see, you know, like, you know, one takes, boom, 15 minutes, and then the defense is like, so,
Yeah.
what are you going to do? So, you know, one takes, boom, points 1, 2, 3, and the other one wraps it around and around and around and around. So,
well,
they're not dumb. They, oh, I'm hoping.
I do believe that, like what Aspen has always been saying, is that I believe that Slick Nick there, that he feels like, you know what, dude, I got you. What's that word when they call it? What's that saying? Dead to rights type of thing. I think that he's just there. I got the proof. I don't need to say any more. We're going to present that. Defense is like, we're going to talk about this piece, this piece, this piece, this piece, and this piece, and this piece, and this piece, and this piece about why Richard Allen didn't do all this. And here's our story behind this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Whereas I think that the prosecution is
And
like,
it almost goes back to like when you do statement analysis, when you're when you're telling the truth, you don't need so many things in your story. You just say this and this happened. But when you're lying, you need to embellish because you need to make it sound like the truth.
Yeah.
So you put more things in.
Right.
To make it sound like the truth.
Right.
So
I mean, this whole thing that's going to lead up to that the girls weren't there. Like this big old ass story.
Do we know who's tomorrow? Like, what are they doing tomorrow or no?
No, they're not saying who like the witnesses are. Just
okay.
Going from 9 to 12. But
And
anyway,
is Adam going to be there the whole month or?
I have no idea. Adam hasn't answered me back at all today.
Well, poor thing. He's probably sleeping outside right now.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I know. I would have expected a message by now, but I don't know, right? Like,
I wonder if they're going to have to camp out at like 10 p.m. every night.
Well, I was going to say, like,
probably.
Because I was going to say, like, I would like to have heard from, Aspen on this and stuff. But honestly, like, up until yesterday, he hasn't said anything in our group chat, mine, him, and Charmaine's group chat in like 5 days up until yesterday. So I don't know how long he's there for. I didn't even know that he was there. It was a question of asking him if he was going. So I actually don't know. Didn't know that he was there until he I think there was something said, and I said, "Oh, are you in Delphi?" But other than that, yesterday he said something in the group chat. Other than that, don't know anything about how long he's there for or nothing. So I don't know. A month is a long time. It's a very
I'm saying a month. Do they know approximately how long that they said that it was supposed to take? Because 150 witnesses is.
I think it was 5 weeks, wasn't it?
I think it was.
Altogether?
For some reason, I want to say 4, but
I think the actual trial itself is 4
weeks.
Yeah. But so just like Tom says like he's got a booking till Saturday himself, but he can't stay for no month because
it would be expensive. I'm thinking, like I said, if it would have been for like 2 more, like a week, I could have gone. But if it takes 4 weeks, I might. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah.
I'll get my tent.
If you could go towards the end, you may end up where the people who quit in the beginning, like, have all ran out of money and time.
Right.
So you don't have a receipt.
Then you'll have the regular people at Delphi going there.
I missed all that drama, but I'm sure I can catch up on all the drama with
this all could have been prevented if Gull just would have freaking let us watch the shit.
Televised it.
Right. That would have been the cat's ass, to be
How
honest.
many years we all been waiting for this? I mean, come on.
Never did I think that we were not going to be able to see inside of the courtroom.
Yeah. Or at least, you know what? If you don't want it live, at least put it after.
Right. Like record it and then.
And then just release it after. At 5 p.m., release it.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we can get the audio after the trial's done.
Yeah. We'll see. Anyways, guys, Gotta get
Okay,
going.
so have a good night, everybody. Thank you for having us.
Yeah, I'll do a live tomorrow at some point. I'm not exactly sure when, but if you, like I said, who's ever not busy, come feel free to jump up on there
Okay.
and see what tomorrow brings for more information.
I'm sure this is going to be like a Pandora box. Every day is going to be something else.
Yeah. We'll see. Anyways, thank you, Mods. Thank you, Alexa. Thank you, Ivy, CD.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you for your few minutes that I was able to finally see you after a long time. Charmaine was having issues. Aspen, like you said, he's probably camped out. I don't know. He's probably there sitting in a
Poor
chair.
thing. Yeah.
But yeah. So, but thank you guys and everybody for
welcome.
stopping by. And other than that, like I said, I'll thank you guys, and I'll do a live tomorrow as well.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. Have a good night. Appreciate it.
Okay. Bye guys.
Have a good night.
The world is cold. We stand surrounded. We are not alone. Within my referee, there's holy light. Without an unknown, we stand and fight. And the